Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's gonna stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. And I know, 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 I know. Hey, I ought to leave the young thing alone, but ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away.
Do you have to let it linger? Imagine seeing it in concert for the first time. Music is the best. So deep, you know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Let's just listen to this on repeat for an hour. I like that idea. I bet you're gonna listen to this 100 times in a row and not get tired of it. What a vibe. What a fucking vibe. Now little Cat Stevens. Look, you guys know how it is. Sometimes I just need to start off the stream with some vibes. Loving all the Irish love. Look, ever since Cillian Murphy won Best Actor, okay, it's been non-stop. Non-stop Irish pride. Oh my god, I used to be such a big Cat Stevens fan. I listened to it so much. You want to know why I listened to a lot of Cat Stevens? Because in high school, I watched the movie Harold and Maude for the first time. And I just became obsessed. My best friend and I just loved this movie. And then we both started listening to a lot of, because it's all Cat Stevens music. Fire movie, I know. Shook, thank you for the 10 months. I feel God in this Chili's tonight. Good. McCormick, thank you for the 5 months. Would I ever do a karaoke stream? I don't know. I think I would sing like 3 songs and be like, okay, I'm over this. I'm over this. Our history teacher showed us Harold and Maude, and then we found out he groomed students. Oh my god. Did he work for Nickelodeon? Dude, what? You are asking for a ban in Hassan's stream. I'm reading this message here. You're asking to get banned. Rizistan, thank you for the tier 1. So brave. What up, offline tits? I have the second sweatshirt on. Very cozy. Joker's to my right. Stuck in the middle with you. I think you would understand. It's not a matter of him, it's his mods. It's funny. Okay, I finished Quiet on Set. I did. I watched, I had watched episode 1. What is today? Thursday? I watched episode 1 Wednesday. And then I watched the other 3 episodes last night. And it's funny because... Are we gatekeeping news? Yes, we're gatekeeping news. No, it's all jokes. It's all jokes. I was really angry when I was covering this topic before I had seen Quiet on the Set. Just everything that we had already had known, and then just reading and watching videos that discuss Quiet on Set. But after I watched Quiet on Set, it was a whole new level of anger. And watching episode 3 in particular was really hard to watch. I started crying when Drake's father started crying, and bless that man for trying to protect his son. And like, there's a part where after Brian Peck is arrested and Drake calls his dad, and it also, Drake's mother did not tell his father. What? So when Drake finally calls his dad and he's like, "Did you see the news?" And his dad goes, "Wait, what happened?" And he's like, "Brian Peck got arrested." And his dad goes, "Oh, good. I knew it was a matter of time before he would hurt someone, but he didn't know it was Drake." And so Drake in the videos, or in the series, says that he had just started to rekindle his relationship with his father, and he couldn't bring himself to tell his dad that it was him. And so his dad was like, "I'm just glad that like nothing happened to you. I knew it. I knew he was going to do something." And then the next part of the doc, it goes to his father, and the interviewer goes, "How did you feel when you found out it was Drake?" And his dad starts crying, and he's like, I'm still not okay. And like, it's been 20 years. Oh my God. It was fucking heartbreaking. It was really sad. He thought they caught him before anything. He thought that they caught him before anything happened to his son. Yeah, because he knew that he had been arrested because Drake told him he was molesting a kid. And that's when Drake's dad was like, "Oh my God, I knew he was going to do something like that." And his dad, it wasn't that his dad was relieved it happened to someone else. It was that his dad didn't know it was Drake, and was relieved that Drake had never been hurt by him, except he had been. It's really a lot. It's really a lot. J. Bobby Suke, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, and Dan's interview feels extra diluted. Oh my God. I almost was gonna watch it again after I'd seen Quiet on Set, but I was like, I don't need to watch this again. This man, fuck this man. Anyway, I was really angry after I watched the series because the thing is, this culture still exists in Hollywood. This culture of power and exploitation and protecting abusers and punishing victims, it still exists. Like, you look at the fact that David O. Russell is still around. How much does that man have to do to finally be kicked out? And he's not even making money. That's the craziest thing. It's one thing when someone is just a money maker, okay? A Harvey Weinstein, a Dan Schneider. Not that it's okay, but it usually is like someone makes so much money for the people up top that they're allowed to just reign freely as these monsters. The worst is when it's like when it's people who aren't even doing that anymore. I'm like, why are they still here? Like, at least you get why they do it then. Yeah. Like, finding out David O. Russell punched my ex-boss, who's the head of Columbia. He is a powerful person in Hollywood. And David O. Russell, and it's just, I'm like, what does this man have on you guys? Mr. Psychopomp, thank you for the 4 months. It took an outsider girlfriend's mom to stop it. I know, she is a hero. But the thing is, too, she just did what you would think any adult would do. The fact that Drake goes, my girlfriend's mom knew something was wrong right away. Immediately. Because, and that's what I said. Oh, I'm just so mad. I'm so mad. That's what I kept saying when we covered this a couple days ago. I was like, there's no way the adults around Drake and these other kids didn't know that they were being exploited and abused. His girlfriend's mom. It took 2 seconds and she was like, something is wrong here. Something's wrong here. Nope. Because that's how obvious it was. Because unfortunately, with kids, well, not unfortunately, fortunately, I think with kids versus adults, it's harder to not know that something is going on with a kid. I don't know. Maybe it's just me having spent a lot of time around kids as a nanny and then as a teacher, but I always felt like I could tell immediately when something was wrong with a child. I didn't know what it was, but I would know that something was wrong. Adults can spot other adults being fucking weird. Yes, and that's what Drake's dad said. When he said, or when Drake was like, my dad saw this from a mile away. He knew that Brian was bad. Because he saw him like hanging around his son. And he went, why is this 40-something-year-old man? And this is what Drake's girlfriend's mom said too. She was like, why is a 40-something-year-old man calling a 15-year-old boy repeatedly? Why is he trying to spend so much? Why is he obsessively calling him? Did I see one of the mothers of the yes, I have that. I have that pulled up. We'll take a look at that. Let me just rearrange a couple of things here. Okay, we are, I know I don't have anything in my stream title. We are going to talk about, we're going to do a little bit of Quiet on the Set stuff, which we're starting off with now. And then we're going to talk about Late Night with the Devil and this AI controversy. We'll cover that. I think we'll get to the Gen Z millennial aging discourse that I meant to talk about yesterday. Creepy part is I saw a clip from Sweet Life of Zach and Cody surface on TikTok, and there's that predator in the clip. Yeah. Yes, after he got out of jail, he was hired to work on Zach and Cody and be around kids. And he was a registered sex offender. Sam Stacy, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you. I think Dan and Dan and Amanda's parents are hiding the. I was just reading about Amanda Bynes again last night because she's had a really up and down timeline with her addiction issues and her mental illness, and then going to rehab and recovery. Remember, she did the magazine cover in 2018, and we all thought like, oh my gosh, Amanda is back. She did it. Remember, after years of her very clearly mentally unwell, she comes back with this paper magazine cover and talks about how she had been sober for 4 years. And in her interview, she was saying how addiction can just take over your life and ruin your life like that. Anyway, after that, she ended up relapsing again. And so this was 2018. So over the last like 6 years, it's kind of been this goes to rehab, recovers, and then relapse. It's just so sad all around. But here's the thing. People who online are saying, like, why hasn't Amanda said anything? Why hasn't Miranda Cosgrove said anything? What are you doing? They don't need to say anything. Especially not someone like Amanda Bynes. Amanda Bynes just needs to be surrounded by people who are going to be supporting her recovery. Amanda Bynes just needs to have a chance to live as normal a life as she can. She doesn't need to get involved here. And in fact, I don't think that that's a good thing. I don't know what Amanda Bynes' current mental state is, but to me, forcing Amanda Bynes to make a statement as all this is going on might not be even a great idea. So why don't we just not expect Amanda to do anything? People think strangers' traumas for entertainment. I saw another tweet that your finances show is dope. What's my finances show? I don't think that I should have a show where I'm giving financial advice at all. Why aren't Fox MAGA more vocally obsessed with this if they care about children so much? Child predators and leftist Hollywood seems like a slam dunk. These days I'm not really tuned in to Fox or MAGA. I'm sure that they would cover something like this. Wait, I'm still trying to figure out what my my finances show is. Because they don't actually give an actual fuck about children or PDF. Oh, yeah. Well, let me be clear about that. No, they don't actually care about protecting children. Because they got predators. They got predators in their little clubs, too. But I know what you're saying, where they love to talk about woke Hollywood. They love to talk about woke Hollywood being evil. Like, I know what you're saying there. I don't know. Maybe they're just on the LGBTQ groomer train. They're like, this is good. Just focusing on this. It's when you accidentally leak financial docs on stream. Oh, okay. Cool. That's my finance show. I'm like, oh, here's my tax information. It was also awful in the documentary, and I think we had covered this a couple days ago, but when Drake Bell's father tried to ring the alarm bells on Brian Peck, and when he went to HR, he was told Brian Peck is gay, so maybe you're just homophobic. And he was like, oh, okay, it's not why I'm doing this. And then when he tried to tell other people on set, that's when he got ostracized. That part was insane. Yeah. So gross. Wait, Denim started watching the doc. Is it online? I thought it wasn't available for watching. I watched it on HBO Max. Got it. Okay. Oh, I'm not. Never mind. Retract this. retract what I'm saying. Retract what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. it is infuriating that so many stories come out like this. And yet systemically the industry is still the same. Powerful men still dominate Hollywood. And it is a system that values profit over people. Oh, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Values profit over people, and children and adults are just dollar signs. And I just can't stop thinking, too, about the letters that were written on behalf of Brian Peck. Like, that's what I'm talking about here, where it's not even just the monsters, the abusers who are a problem in Hollywood. It's people like James fucking Marsden. James Marsden. James Marsden, who by all accounts seems like a good guy. Now, remember, we don't know anybody. We don't know celebrities. We don't know these people. We should never idolize them. But here's a guy who seemingly never been caught in the middle of something. And then we come to find out that at age 30, he was writing a letter on behalf of a child rapist. And 41 people did. That was another just heartbreaking part of episode 4 when Drake... The thing, too, is that he's never told his story publicly, and so you're watching him process this still. It's been 20 years, and you're watching him process what happened to him and how he was not protected before or after. And he says, when I went to court for sentencing, and I saw that his side of the room was filled. He's like, it was filled. And there were faces of people that I recognized. And on my side, it was me, my mom, and my brother. He's like, I just couldn't believe how many people were defending this man, were supporting him. Like, can you imagine being 15 years old? Imagine being 15 and this happens to you. And you have to go to court after you've had to spend months detailing agonizingly what happened to you so that they can put this guy away. And you think he's going to go away for a long time. And you show up and you see all of these other people, all of these adults there supporting him, defending. I mean, how would you ever trust this world ever again? And then for him to only get 6 months. 6 months, and then was hired again after. In the documentary, Drake goes, I thought that he would go away for a long time and never get to be around kids again. And the interviewer goes, is that what happened? And he goes, no. Not at all. Not at all. It's crazy. Can you imagine how Polanski's victims feel? Oh my God. I mean, I'll never get over to the celebrities who signed that letter. If you ever find yourself loving a celebrity, maybe just Google and see if they signed any letters circa early 2000s. Because in, let's see, when was this? This was in 2004. In 2004, A bunch of celebrities. Sorry, 2009. 2009! That's worse! I'm not over it. 2009! A bunch of celebrities signed a petition in support of Roman Polanski. Roman Polanski, who had pled guilty to drugging and raping a child in the 70s and then fled the country because he was scared of getting a harsher sentence from the judge, and he became a fugitive. And in 2009, we're talking like 30 plus years later, in the mid 2000s. We're not talking like 1965 where you'd go, oh, okay, that makes more sense. 2009. But yeah, over 100 celebrities signed this petition, including Asia Argento, who then went on to, be a big part of Me Too, and then it turned out that she's an abuser. Unfortunately, Wes Anderson, Pedro Almodovar, Penelope Cruz, Natalie Portman, Emma Thompson. You know what's interesting on Emma Thompson? And these are people, by the way, these are a lot of names of people who have been ardent supporters of women's rights. Like Emma Thompson. And so Emma Thompson was actually talked out of this because she signed the petition. And this student at Exeter University named Caitlin Tapp challenged Emma Thompson about her support for Polanski. Talked to her. And at the end of this conversation, Emma Thompson said she would get her name removed. She said, regardless of the fact that she knows him and the terrible things he's been through, a crime is a crime. Like, what? I'm sorry, but your wife or girlfriend, I don't remember if he and Sharon Tate were married, but your girlfriend and unborn child being brutally murdered does not provide you cover for the rest of your life. That's what they're referring to when they say like, oh, he's been through so much. Now, Natalie Portman apologized after the fact. Yes, that's true. There are a couple of these people who have apologized after the fact. It's just still that they signed it and that some of them have never retracted it. Tilda Swinton's another one. They've been reached out to since in the years following that letter to see if they regret signing it and have stayed silent. I mean, Tilda Swinton also remained silent all throughout Me Too and Time's Up. Tilda Swinton kind of susses me out. I love her as an actress. She's fucking phenomenal. But there are things about her that I don't feel like she's on the right side here. Why don't they read up on... Oh, no, they know. No, they know. They knew. Everybody knew. Everybody fucking knew when Polanski received the Best Director Award at the 2003 Oscars and he got a standing ovation. They know. He's a fucking fugitive. The petition that they signed was calling for his release when he was arrested at a Zurich airport in a failed... They tried to extradite him. Switzerland tried to extradite him back to the U.S. And so this petition said, Roman Polanski is a French citizen, a renowned and international artist now facing extradition. This extradition, if it takes place, will be heavy in consequences and will take away his freedom. It was signed by some of the biggest names in film, individuals who were willing to discount the fact that Polanski was charged in court with drugging a 13-year-old with alcohol and half a Quaalude before forcibly performing oral, vaginal, and anal sex acts upon her despite her pleas for him to stop. Yeah, so they done know what he did. It's so fucked up. But yeah, if you want to read the whole list, it's right there. Kate Blanchett, Kate Blanchett revealing that she named her son after convicted child sex offender Roman Polanski. Is there anybody normal? I just... Is anyone normal? Yeah, Kate has also worked with, yes, she's a frequent collaborator with Woody Allen. Ahem. Oh, yeah, it makes me crazy. So that's what I'm saying, where even with all these stories coming out from former Hollywood child actors and employees on the set of these Nickelodeon shows, this is still the culture that exists today in this industry. And it's one that, because it's so competitive and because power dynamics play such a huge part in this town, that even with the progress that we've made with the Me Too movement, with now this Kids Me Too movement, with Time's Up, with like just all of these various movements or of events that are supposed to change the culture in Hollywood, like it's hard because it's baked into the very foundations of this industry. It's rotted it to its core. And now it feels like people will just be smarter about not being so blatantly abusive. Like, you can't do what Harvey Weinstein was doing anymore. But it's not to say that those power dynamics are not at work every single day, because they are. Ami Music, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, it is an incredibly competitive, tough industry that a lot of people dream of being a part of. So whether you're an actor, whether you are a costumer, whether you're a writer, a director, like, most people don't have power in this industry. And so you are having to you have to sacrifice your physical and mental well-being for those who do. It's a labor rights issue. It's more publicized because of Hollywood. Yes, and the reason that we always talk about these stories is because they deal with famous people. They deal with an industry that is that is about fame, and these are people who we recognize, who we know. These are shows that we've grown up with, movies that we've grown up with. I saw a lot of people online saying that it was really hard for them to watch Quiet on Set or to hear about all this because they feel like their childhood memories are ruined. Like, a lot of people who grew up with these shows feel disgusted now and feel like they were being groomed. They were being groomed to accept behavior like this, like being shown Ariana Grande squeezing a potato, trying to get the juice out of it, and like that subconsciously, that sexualization there subconsciously then being ingrained in kids who were watching it, and then, you know, getting older and seeing that as normal. You know what I mean? Like, not specifically squeezing a potato, but the insinuation of, like, yeah, with her mouth open in a gross looking way, then having water splash on her face. Yeah, could somebody link this? I don't remember if we watched this a couple days ago, but that specific compilation from, what was it, Sam and Cat or Zoe 101? It's all like Ariana Grande clips, and it's some of the worst that were on the shows. It's really bad. Wasn't having intimacy coordinators on set part of the SAG-AFTRA contract? Do you think they will have a positive impact on protecting child stars? Intimacy coordinators are there for intimate scenes. They're not the ones who, like, they're not there to make sure that children aren't being exploited and abused. Because it's not like children are doing sex scenes on these shows, so they wouldn't have an intimacy coordinator. You know what I mean? All right, here's a particularly bad compilation.
That not one person has ever said before in the history of mankind. Sentence number 1. Oh man, my uvula got stuck between that hamster's toes. See? That could never happen because your uvula is that swingy thing in the back of your throat right here. So there's no way you could get it stuck between a hamster's toes. Sentence number 3. I'm soaking wet! Quick, somebody bring me the ocean! No one would ever say that. Why? Because if you were soaking wet...
She's a minor here, yeah. All of these kids were minors. All of them.
And you're upset about it? The last thing you'd want is for somebody to bring you the ocean. Because the ocean is even more wet than even the wettest person in the world. Have you ever tried to get your whole big toe in your mouth? Check this out. Sometimes I wonder if you can get juice from a potato. Is it possible for a teenage girl to drink water upside down?
Oh, this one's...
I'm thirsty! It's not possible! This has been me in a video. Come on, give up the juice. Can you imagine what life would be like with hippopotamus teeth?
Yeah, this should have gotten Nickelodeon shut down. That's what I said a couple days ago when we first covered this, where I went, there were multiple adults from those on set, like Dan Schneider, who was responsible for this, to, and the executives who would be on set, to the heads of Nickelodeon. Speed, Reza, thank you for the 5. Thank you for that juice. Yeah, so there were a lot of adults who allowed this. Yep. And in the docu-series, when people who worked on these shows were asked, like, well, what would you do if you weren't comfortable with it? Well, if you tried to say something, they're like, are you kidding? You didn't do that with on a Dan Schneider show. And yet Dan Schneider, in his apology interview, was like, if anybody had a problem with the jokes, I would have taken them out. You know, I think it's one of those when people are adults now and they look back on this, they see, like, they ascribe meaning. They ascribe something else to these jokes than what they were at the time. And it's like, no, you sick fuck. All of this was only on the Victorious website because they knew they could never get away with airing this on Nick. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. No wonder Ariana's kind of messed up. Look, guys, listen. If you were a child star, it's a miracle if you are not screwed up from that. What child stars go through is something that no child should ever experience. I don't care about the money. I don't care about like the fun parts of it, okay? No, it's not healthy for children. And it is rare that former child stars will be able to transition to adulthood and not be totally screwed up. Because you have to realize, like, putting children in the spotlight like that, exposing them to the world and all the things that comes with that, paparazzi, stalkers, you know, an inflated sense of self-worth that will then quickly be destroyed and replaced with just the deepest, darkest insecurities and feeling violated, having these children often in a position where they are the breadwinners in their families. Okay? It's not often that you have child stars outside of nepotism kids. Okay? I'm not talking about like Bryce Dallas Howard. I'm not talking about the children of very famous people. I mean the children of non-famous people who then the children become famous. Often they're not coming from very well-to-do families, and so this is their way for their family to have means. And it already, they're coming from problems. Like, there are problems in the family. And having the child become this famous and be making this much money leads to a lot of issues. You see the same thing. Yes, there is a parallel between child stars in the entertainment industry and the new child stars, which are child influencers. There's absolutely a parallel between those two industries. Now, the difference being that the exploitation that these children and the abuse that they're dealing with, influencers are getting, like the child influencers, it's all coming from online, okay? And also like their parents being the ones who are creating this content with them. And then child stars in the entertainment industry, it's the adults that they're surrounded by on the sets of their shows or, you know, whatever endeavors they're doing. The POC families and all that talked about that on the doc. It made them less willing to speak out. Yes. One of the kids, I can't remember his name, but he was on all that. He kept saying, this was my chance to get my family out of the hood. He kept saying that. He's like, all I wanted was to do that for my family. And I finally thought this was going to be it. And when he got fired from that, from all that, he blamed his mom because he thought that she had been too, hostile. And really his mom was just protecting him, but he was so scared of rocking the boat. And then when he got fired, he was convinced that it was because he and his mom like did something bad. And he talks about how that really screwed him up. I just think about too the realities of this industry where not every child who who makes it is going to have a long and lasting career. And in fact, most of them don't. For one reason or another, most former child stars do not then carry that fame and that career into adulthood. And so former Nickelodeon stars who that was their moment in the sun, and then having to deal as kids with those mental challenges of like, people loved you, you were famous, you were getting to perform, you got to hang out with all these cool people, and then that was one day, and then the next day, no, we don't want you anymore. Throwing you to the curb. Can you imagine having to deal with that as a kid? And then when you transition into adulthood and all the problems that just normal adulthood bring? Yeah, the kid actress that they just called fat. Yes. It's horrible. It's another side effect that should definitely be mentioned. All the hostility and resentment towards each other and their families, which of course alienated and isolated them, fostered due to not only their environment, but Dan himself. Yes, and what Jeanette McCurdy references in her book, and what a lot of former child stars in the docuseries referenced, is that Dan would wield that over their heads when they were children. He would make it very clear that he was God. And if you were his favorite, he would give you a show. But if you crossed Dan, if you did anything he didn't like, you were done. That's fucking manipulation. That is gross behavior to do to an adult, let alone a child. But that is how Hollywood is. It's the idea of like, oh, you think you're special? You're only special because I say so. I'll replace you in a heartbeat. Do you know how many... Like what he would say to Jeanette McCurdy when he was like, you would be working at a yogurt shop if it weren't for me. It's like, do you know how many blonde-haired little white girls there are? Like, that was what he was saying. I could replace you like that. So don't fuck with me. He took away Jeanette's opportunity to direct an episode out of petty revenge. Yes, he did. Dan Schneider deserves to burn in hell. He is a bad person. And it's unfortunate that for over 2 decades, he was allowed to sit on his throne because he kept making successful shows. Don't fuck with me, you child. Okay, so this is the mother of former star Zoe 101 star Christopher Massey. I do believe he is the brother of Kyle Massey, who was on That's So Raven and Corey in the House, and I think was arrested for something. Kyle Massey charges. Let's see. Yes, he was charged with sexual misconduct with a minor. Immoral communication. The felony charge was filed on June 14th. The charge comes after he was sued in early 2019 for allegedly sending explicit photos, texts, and videos to a 13-year-old girl. The lawsuit was for intentional infliction of emotional distress, harmful matter sent with a intention of seducing a minor, and attempting to commit a lewd act with a minor, and annoying or molesting a minor. I like that this is all in the same definition. Annoying or molesting a minor. In the lawsuit, the unnamed girl alleges that she met Massey when she was 4 years old and kept in touch with him because she was interested in a career in entertainment. According to the lawsuit, Massey became close with the girl's family and indicated that she should move from Seattle to Los Angeles to live with him and his girlfriend in Los Angeles. The girl and her mother alleged in the lawsuit that Massey held himself out as a father figure to the girl, and contact increased in November of 2018 after the girl indicated that she was interested in a role on a rebooted version of Cory in the House. About a month later, annoying is a legal term in this case, I don't understand that term, I guess. Like, is that something other than what I think it is? About a month later, Massey allegedly requested to be the girl's friend on Snapchat. You know, I think if you are over a certain age as a man, you're not allowed to be on Snapchat. Because every time I hear about adult men on Snapchat, they're always Snapchatting underage girls. Like, what's his name? What's his name again? Fuck, I can't remember. Ansel Elgort. He got in trouble for that too. Chris D'Elia was doing that as well. James Charles. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It means unwanted physical contact, not... Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. About a month later, okay, shortly after sent her numerous sexually explicit text messages, images, and videos. Yeah, so I remember when I saw that. Anyway, so his mother... his mother defended Dan Schneider. Dan Schneider, you are awesome. You are a genius. I can't thank this guy enough for the opportunity that he gave my son, Chris Massey, and my family. Blame the parents, not Dan. Okay, I'll blame the parents. I'll blame the parents. I'm blaming you. I bet that you weren't doing jack shit to protect your parents. Also, what is the sunglass emoji? What is this? Yeah, so blame you for Kyle? Okay, we'll blame you. Yeah, someone commented, so by your logic, let's blame you for Kyle Massey sexting underage minors? This is so gross. And also, girl, your son's not on the show anymore. It's been years. You don't have to keep sucking up to Dan Schneider. He's gone. He's done. Dan Schneider has fallen from grace. He got fired in 2018 and he has not come back, and he will not come back. He didn't come back before the docuseries. I'm sorry, but he's not going to ever get close to the position of power that he was in before. I'm blaming everyone. Yeah, I'm blaming all the adults, okay? Besides Drake's father. Yeah, Zoe 101 was almost 20 years ago. What are we doing here? How do you protect yourself as you navigate your own path in LA, knowing that these kinds of people lurk around every door you open in Hollywood? All right, I will talk on that. One sec, let me look at this. Chris D'Elia, the Embassy Theater confirms its planned show with disgraced comedian Chris D'Elia has been canceled following an outpouring of backlash from the community. Good. I told you guys that when my friend was 18, Chris D'Elia did the thing that he has done with a lot of girls. Like, at least she was of legal age. But he was coming to her town to do a comedy show, her college town. And he was messaging her on Instagram and was really gross. Yeah. There are guys like Chris D'Elia who, when they come into town, when they're traveling, doing something like a comedy tour, they will message with young female fans. And, like, you know, say to them, ooh, you want, like, oh, you come to my show, come backstage, let's party after. He's a huge predator. Yes. Yeah. We've covered him at length. So I'm not going to get into all of it again, but yeah, he's a massive predator. Okay, so as to the question about how to navigate Hollywood, look, I remember being younger. I remember being younger. I remember being a kid, and at one point in my life, as a lot of kids do, I asked my parents to let me go to Hollywood. Like, basically, when I started watching these types of shows, so I was in junior high because my best friend had cable, and so I would go over to her house and we would watch Hannah Montana. We watched we watched all these shows, Drake and Josh. And so, and I was also, in theater, and I really wanted to be a star, and so I asked my mom if I could go to Hollywood. My dad was from California, my grandma still lived out there, and she said absolutely not. And that was it. Like, I didn't really, it wasn't something where I was gonna, run away and hitchhike to Hollywood. I just was like, can I go audition for stuff? Like, I want to be Hannah Montana. And my mom said no. My mom was like, look, when you get older, you can do something like that, but absolutely not. So that never happened. And by the time I moved out to Hollywood, I was 24 years old. And I was a young lady, but I was an adult. And I have definitely been in positions before where I knew that somebody who was in a position of power was soliciting sex from me as a way to, as with like promises of I'll help your career. And at least I was able to recognize it and turn it down. But I think about if I had been 17 or 18. I think about if I had been in those situations where here's a casting director, here's a director, here's a writer who's like, hey, I'm famous, or not even just that, or like, I know people and I can help you. You want to be an actress? Like, you're beautiful, you're young. I can help you. And that's the least insidious of it. What will happen too is someone will say, if you don't do this, I will ruin you. If you do not have sex with me, if you don't do all these things I want you to do, you will never work in this town again because I know everybody and I will make sure you get blacklisted. And that's what Harvey Weinstein did. And that's what Brian Peck did. Drake Bell talks about in the docuseries that look, he doesn't need to explain it. Of course, we understand. And he was also 15 years old. But when he was explaining it as to why it happened for so long, it's because one of the reasons is that Brian told him, you'll not have a career. Like, that's what it is. That's the abuse of power. Those are the power dynamics that we're talking about here, where it's I can make or break you. The choice is up to you. Do you think it's even about sex or just wanting? It's always about power. My mom, it's so funny. Whenever I talk to my mom, she'll be like, I don't understand these men. Like, why do they do these things to these women? They could have any woman that they want. I go, Mom, it's about power. She's like, yeah, you're right. How do I always forget this? Anyway, so people with prior knowledge in Hollywood know not to put their kids in the industry. Yeah, one of the former child stars in the docuseries says that whenever anyone asks her, would you ever let your child do this, like be an actor, be in this industry? She goes, there is not even a second of hesitation before I say no. Absolutely fucking not. No. Because when you have been through it, when you know what it's like, you wouldn't have your kids do that. I mean, my mom didn't know what it was like, but she was firmly, she would never have entertained the idea of me going to a place like Hollywood. Is there a safe way to do it? For kids, I'm at the point now where I'm genuinely against child stars. I don't see how you keep kids from being exploited and suffering the consequences and the effects of something like fame and being in this industry. I'm not saying that every kid who goes into Hollywood and becomes a star will like be molested. No, that still hasn't, that's not the case now, but it's the same thing that I say about child influencers. It doesn't matter if your parents aren't Ruby Frankie. You are still, there's a base level of exploitation, and there's a base level of this harming children's mental and physical well-being. Yeah, no child stars, no children on the internet. Apparently, even when parents are on set and vocal producers and other influential staff can get them removed or simply fire the kid. Yes, it creates problems between the child and between the parent. I always thought to myself, man, I wonder what would have happened if I took that gap year after I graduated high school. I was only 17. My parents were like, you can go to Hollywood if you want, like if you want to take a gap year before college. And I decided not to. I just went to college. And I always thought like, well, what if I had done that? Because I had a friend who did that. A friend I grew up with. He went to college for 2 weeks and then quit and moved to Hollywood. And he ended up on a Disney Channel show. And one of the girls that he was co-stars with, who went on to be pretty famous, she was sexually exploited by one of the producers on the show, and my friend found out. And she was, and this friend of his was it was awful for her, but she was afraid to say no. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. It was one of those where I didn't move to Hollywood till I was 24. And before that, I was like, oh man, I think I missed my window. I think I'm 24 years old. Like, what if I had done this at 18? Then I would have had 6 years. And I probably would have been like my friend here who had booked really cool work, yada. And then I hear stuff like that, or I just think about when I was 17. And as much as I thought I was 17 going on 40, no, I wasn't. I was 17. I was a teenager. Who knows? Who knows what could have happened? Who knows what damage could have been done to me from being out here, trying to make it. He went to college for he went to college for like 2 weeks and then said, "Fuck this. College isn't for me." Miley Cyrus's dad was her co-star. He was on set with her every day. I would say, I've seen a lot of people talking about Miley. I think Miley having her dad be in the show was life-saving for her. I mean, I know that her dad is really weird now and she doesn't talk with him, but I genuinely think that the reason Miley was able to escape, it appears, without a lot of the harm done to her that a lot of these kids had, I think is because her dad. Now, her dad ended up marrying someone who was on the show, but it absolutely provided her protection, I think. And her dad had a level of fame before Hannah Montana. I mean, come on, achy breaky heart. Now, I'm not saying she doesn't have any mental health issues. I'm not saying that, but I mean as far as like stuff that we've been discussing last couple days, things that happened on the Nickelodeon set. I think that Miley was shielded from stuff like that because of her dad. I mean, look, the sad thing with Drake Bell is that if his father had not been severed from him, that probably would not have happened to Drake. That's what's sad to think about. Miley was Yeah, I saw this.
30 a.m.
Whoa.
I'm probably
whoa,
like
whoa,
12
whoa.
or
Sorry.
13. Friday, January 5th, 5:30 a.m. Hair and makeup in my hotel. 7 a.m. we get picked up. 7:15 I'm on the news. 7:45 I have another live interview. 8:15 another interview. 8:45 another interview. 9:30 to 11 a.m. meeting with editors. Back to the hotel. Okay, I have to do an interview, but the reporters are all 5th grade students. 1 to 2:30, me and my dad have a lunch interview. 2:40, we have to go to the Life magazine photo shoot. 3 to 5, interview and photo shoot for the Father's Day issue. Arrive at 6 p.m. for Kids Online interview. Then at 6:15, we have another interview. Then the next day starts at 7 a.m. and ends at 7:30 p.m.
No.
When I fly home.
Yeah.
To probably go to Hannah. That's on a Saturday. And then Monday be back at work in the morning.
Yeah, that's not normal.
I'm a lot of things, but lazy ain't one of them.
That truly was the next 4 years of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to be clear. It's not that Miley was not being exploited. And that's what I mean, where there's a base level of exploitation when you're a child star in Hollywood or on the internet. Oh, what's up, everybody? Film Fest raid. My goodness. Huge raid. Some might say the biggest there's ever been. Hello, everyone. I had tuned into the Film Fest earlier. I particularly enjoyed the 30 minutes of the starting soon screen. That was my favorite film. It was very art house. Merrick Avery, thank you for the tier 1. No, it was great. Who made the Sear video, that one was fucking awesome. Peach said some pretty wild stuff. Yeah, she was talking way too much. Somebody should have turned her mic off. I mean, I know it's still Women's Month, but I thought it was pretty rude to the male judges who were there, that she was just talking over them. Anonymous, thank you for the 10. Dun, dun, Dono, thank you so much for the juice. Peach was out of pocket, I know. Anywho, shout out to Will. Shout out to Will Neff. Will Neff, who hosted his first OTK event today, and it was the film festival. Very exciting. We love film. We love film. The first of many. Yes, indeed. He did great. You know what was funny is when he opened up with the Nicole Kidman bit, I went, damn, well, now I can't do this bit because Will already did it first. Because I had this idea that I wanted to film. I wanted to like go all the way though. Get the Nicole Kidman suit. I mean, not the suit, but a lookalike. Rent a theater and then you make that a starting soon screen for Twitch. No, he didn't steal it from me, okay? He didn't steal it from me. I can still do it. The reason I haven't done it is because I'm like, oh, that's work. That's work to do. But I have always wanted to do that. You come to this stream for magic. But like, dude, anyway, true. You can't spell film without will. Yes. Yeah, you can't spell film without will, and you can't spell will without film. They left Dan with Chance, Sear, Andy, Peach, and Nick with Wake on the sidelines while they were tabbing votes. Convos went left of center. Oh boy. Oh boy. So anywho, welcome in, you guys. We've been covering the Quiet on Set, huge bombshell stories that have emerged. And if you don't know what Quiet on Set is, it's a docuseries that was produced by Investigative Discovery, and it's all about the culture of exploitation and abuse at Nickelodeon during the Dan Schneider golden era. So Dan Schneider was the guy at Nickelodeon for years and years because he was a cash cow. He made shows like Drake and Josh, iCarly, All That, The Amanda Show, and he pretty much was able to reign freely and do whatever he wanted to do, even though a lot of what he did was bad, and nobody checked him. Nobody stopped him. Terrible Tay, thank you for the 7 months. And then what happened was in 2017, so this was during the Me Too era, stories started to come out about Dan Schneider. Will Neff! Will Neff, you can't spell film without Will. Thanks, Budge. I watched some of the festival earlier, and it was magnifique. It was excellent. I did vote too, though, to get rid of your mics. When we did a vote in chat, one or two to get rid of the mics. I said, get rid of them. King himself. I've seen him compared to being like the Ron Jeremy of children's shows. Yeah, for sure. I mean, just name any influential person who it turned out was an abusive monster, and there's your comparison right there. So anywho, the docuseries is 4-part, and the episode that most people have been talking about is the one that features Drake Bell. It's very heavy. I cried multiple times, especially when Drake's father was talking. So just be prepared that if you watch this series, it's on HBO Max. That's where I watched it. But if you watch it, it's a lot. It's really a lot. Yeah. And anyway, so Drake, in 2004, when he was 15 years old, he had to go to court because this man named Brian Peck, who was a vocal coach and a dialect and had been around the biz for a long time and was really good friends with people like James Marsden and worked on a lot of these Nickelodeon shows, he took a liking to Drake Bell and started sexually abusing him when Drake was 15 for 6 months. And then finally Drake told his mom and they got the cops involved. Drake had to go to court. And he only got 6 months. This motherfucking child rapist only got 6 months. And when he was released, he was hired onto a show called The Sweet Life of... 16 months. Now, before I said 16 years, 16 months. Still not enough. 16 months is what he got. He gets out and he gets hired onto a show called The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. And he was a registered sex offender. Yep. And so Drake, for the first time in 20 years, told his story publicly. And so one of the reasons it's really hard to watch this episode is because it's the first time he's telling this, and you can see him still processing and in so much pain. And there's one point when he's starting to talk about what happened to him, and he stopped, and like he can't speak. And the interviewer's like, hey, you know, only say what you're comfortable with. And he goes, yeah, I mean, God, I just, you know what I want? Why don't you just think about the worst thing that someone can do to someone in assaulting them, and that'll answer the question. Yeah, so you're watching him still process this, and then his dad is a part of the episode, and his dad was the only person who was protecting Drake, and then Brian Peck manipulated Drake into believing that he should fire Drake's dad as his manager because Drake's dad was suspicious of Brian and didn't want him spending any time around his son. And so Drake, because he was being manipulated by Brian, and Brian told him, your dad is bad for your career. Trust me, I've been in the biz for a long time. I know a lot of famous people. Your dad is going to, he's going to ruin your career. And so he fired his dad, and the last thing that his dad said to his mom was, do not let Brian Peck be alone with Drake. Yeah, it's incredibly sad. And so Drake tells the story for the first time. Anywho, so there have been tons and tons of responses to this docuseries. You've had former child stars who were not a part of the docuseries get involved and say things. One person in particular who's received a lot of ire from people is Josh Peck. So Josh Peck was Drake Bell's co-star and also was recently in the movie Oppenheimer. And anyway, he has previously come under fire for defending Dan Schneider and being dismissive. Not related to Brian Peck. No. We got to make that clear. Just the same last name. And anywho, so when the docuseries comes out and people started cooking Josh's ass because he's been really shitty about it. He has been seemingly taking the side of Dan Schneider for quite some time here. And so then yesterday Drake Bell tweeted and said that Josh had reached out to him privately to talk to him, that Josh watched the series, reached out to him privately. Drake was like, hey, please don't, please stop harassing him. Please stop going into his socials and like calling him out. We've talked privately. He's like, we're good. And then Josh today released a statement on Drake Bell and the docuseries saying, I reached out to Drake privately, but want to give my support for the survivors who were brave enough to share their stories of emotional and physical abuse on Nickelodeon sets with the world. Children should be protected. Reliving this publicly is incredibly difficult. This was the one part that made me stop. Reliving this publicly is incredibly difficult. So that makes it sound as if Josh, too, was victimized by Dan Schneider and the culture of the Nickelodeon sets. And so, like, the fact that he had turned on Jeanette McCurdy, he had turned on Drake Bell, it just, I mean, I said this the first time we covered it, where I just don't see how any of these kids who were a part of these shows or adjacent, like Ned's Declassified, were not traumatized and scarred from their experience in this world. And there's a lot of people who took who signed an NDA and were paid out by Nickelodeon to never say anything. Jeanette McCurdy was offered $300,000 and she turned it down. Nickelodeon wanted to silence Jeanette, They offered her $300,000 if she would sign an NDA and never talk about it, and she turned it down. It's not unheard of for victims to lash out at other victims, especially if they feel like they can't speak and resent those who do. Yes, or, you know, it's... Look, victims all handle trauma in different ways, and sometimes you internalize it in a way that you, like, have tricked yourself into believing that you weren't actually a victim, that you weren't actually traumatized. Like the Ned's Declassified adults, like Ned's Declassified, who were laughing about Drake and making jokes and saying, well, this didn't happen on our set. I don't know what was going on over there, but ours is like, really? Because a lot of comments that you guys have made indicate how unhealthy that environment was. Your access to drugs and alcohol and having sex with one another as children. And comments that, what's her name? The girly has made about blacking out and waking up with her clothes off. Yeah, no, they certainly have made plenty of comments on Lindsay Shaw. Yeah, thank you. Plenty of comments on this weird podcast of theirs where they say things that none of us really needed to know. Yeah, when they talk about how they were having sex with each other. So to me, when I hear that, I go, that's not a safe environment for kids. I don't know what you guys are talking about when you say, oh yeah, well, our sets were great. We weren't having any of this, whatever you guys are talking about. One of the girls on Ned's was fat shamed and then eventually fired. Yes. Like this happens everywhere on every set. There's not a set, and certainly not during this time, where children are totally safe and not experiencing anything that's going to take a toll on their mental and or physical well-being. Every episode of their podcast, they joke about passing Lindsay around set, and while making humor of your trauma is fine, all those Disney Rewind podcasts are, yeah. They're, I don't fuck with the Ned's people. Ned's Declassified people. Anyway, so Josh says reliving this publicly is incredibly difficult, but I hope it can bring healing for the victims and their families, as well as necessary change to our industry. Yeah, look, I don't think that this absolves him of how nasty he has been towards people who have spoken publicly about their traumatic experiences working on these shows. It doesn't absolve him. And I think, though, that it's one of those things where it's good that conversations are happening privately. It's never good when things are just public, because it never feels authentic if everything is just being said publicly. But I also think to myself, you know, I have empathy for all of these former child stars, whether or not they are, whether or not as adults they seem deserving of that empathy because of how they're behaving. But what they went through, you know, is it's really life altering, and you lose your childhood and you lose important things that come from being a child who is not who is not doing something like working on the set of a Nickelodeon show that's run by someone like Dan Schneider. Keeks, thank you for the 2 months. The most shocking part to me was the abuser being hired years later for Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Yeah, it's sickening. There's no words. Josh Peck claims Jeanette McCurdy blocked him after unaired interview about their time at Nickelodeon. Yeah, no, he's done some real fuckery. I'm going to ask Alexa about this. I emailed Alexa Nichols today, who was, Alexa Nichols was a former star of Zoe 101, and now she runs eatpredators.com, which is a group that advocates for victims and has called upon, Nickelodeon taking responsibility. So I'm gonna ask her about Josh. She has more experience, or she probably has better insight. Alexa was talking about some great information on her stream today, including some comments about that mom who took Dan's side. Yeah, we were talking about that. This is Kyle Massey's mom. Kyle, who was charged with sexual misconduct. Charged with texting a minor sexual content. Yes, so Corey and not Corey, did I say Corey? Kyle and Christopher Massey's mother defending Dan. And so, I can't get over this. Blame the parents, not Dan. Sunglasses emoji. No. Someone take the phone away. Someone take it away. Okay, wait. I had one other thing that I wanted to look at on this. What else did I have here? Pick me for having your kids. What? Just. Well, the strange thing is that her kid is not on this show anymore. This show is 20 years old. What you doing, girl? Why are you still trying to suck up to Dan Schneider? He like, you picked the sinking ship. Do you remember this conspiracy? Yes, I do. Fans fear disgraced Nickelodeon producer. I don't really like to. I like to stay away from this stuff. Like, people were trying to post about Amanda Bynes getting pregnant with Dan's. That was from a fake account. God, what is this bug? What, did Dan Schneider send this bug after me? The problem I had with abuse was it led me into my own sexual addictions. It's a hard ramification to deal with. I know all these people are still dealing with it as well. Just hard to show it. Yes. Also, we got to keep in mind that today, the culture today, is one where we openly talk about things like therapy, okay? So if something happens to you today, it's not stigmatized, and there are more resources available for you to deal with whatever trauma you've experienced. But 20 years ago, that wasn't the case. You were just basically expected to deal with it. After Drake Bell was sexually abused by Brian Peck, he was left to his own devices. And he went down a very bad path. Yeah. As did a lot of these former child stars. And why do you think so many of them turn to drugs and alcohol? Or, sex addictions or something like that? They don't have healthy outlets for processing their trauma. Yeah, it's really sad. It's very sad. Look, I know that Gen Z and the younger generations have some problems. Every generation does. However, I feel more hopeful that Gen Z has a better awareness and it's much more normalized to seek treatment for for mental health problems. But I can't tell you how many millennials, especially older millennials, are processing trauma that they had from their childhoods, but they don't even realize still that that's what that is. But they're not processing it in productive ways. And then you get to like our older generations. I mean, my goodness, I'll be in the middle of a conversation with my mom talking about nothing related to what comes out of her mouth next, and suddenly it'll come out like vomit. And I'll go, okay, so see that right there? That's unprocessed trauma. That's stuff that's deep, deep down in you. And the older that you've gotten, I've noticed the more that it randomly pops out. And it's very clear that you have not been able to address this at all. And I'm sure that there's other stuff that is suppressed still. Because often the first thing that you do in trying to process and move past trauma is acknowledging it, is saying it out loud. And that's usually to someone else, like a therapist. Demon Stalt, thank you for the 3 months. My mom's like that. Look, I'm sure a lot of our parents are like that. And then don't even get started on the grandparents. I mean, my God. My God. They'd probably be like, nah, I don't even have trauma. That's what they grandparents would probably be like, I mean, mine are all dead. Yeah. My grandparents are all dead too. But I bet you they would just be like, no. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, back in my day, trauma didn't even exist. That's a new thing. Drinking from the bottle. Yeah, I remember the first time that my mom expressed to me how everyone now has mental health problems, and it's a thing that was never the case, like when she was growing up. And I went, no, that's not true. I think it's this idea that when something becomes normalized, then that's when it's like a thing for the first time. But it's just because it's been normalized. Now, there are contributing factors to our worsening mental health, and mental health problems showing themselves at younger and younger ages. But, like, yeah, we didn't have names for things. We didn't have language for things. Things were not normalized. It's like how it's not as if there weren't gay people before. It just was not normalized for gay people to be free to express themselves. You know, you didn't suddenly have no gay people, and then, whoop, gay people just pop out of thin air. The earth revolves around the sun nowadays, which wasn't the case when I was a kid. Shout out mental illness. Oh man. You know, I was having a bit of a day today. That's why I was late to stream. Not because not because like of me having mental illness. I don't have I have I'll have mental health problems here and there, like my, anxiety spiking. Maybe um, maybe I'll have days that are not so great, but I like to be I like to be clear that I don't suffer from long-term mental illness. But there are people in my life who I love. You leave the mental illness to a screen. Who I love so much, who have severe mental illness. So I like I don't have depression, but I do get depressed. Yeah, I think for me it's mostly anxiety, and it's mostly related to like just professional stuff. But it is really hard to love somebody who has severe mental illness and doesn't necessarily have great ways of handling it. Mental illness is something that never goes away. Unfortunately, your altered brain chemistry will be like that your whole life. But the hope is that through treatment and through the work that you do, you're able to like handle when you're having a bad mental health episode, and you're like, you have an awareness and you have the tools so that you don't fully succumb to it. That's the hope there. That's why you put the work in. It's not that you'll never not be depressed, but it's that you can recognize when you are in an episode and what you can do to get you through it. It takes a lot of work, and it's a lifetime of work. Anyway, I get very sad because I am somebody who I want to fix things. And I'm sure if there's someone, if you don't have mental illness, but there's someone in your life that does, you feel hopeless. You feel like you just want to help this person and fix this person, and you can't. There's no magic words. There's nothing that you can do to heal them. And it's a hard feeling to, it's a hard thing to accept. And through the years, I continuously trick myself still when I'll accept that, and then I'll think like, oh, actually, like I'll forget that, and I'll go, okay, here's what I can do. And then when that doesn't work, it's difficult to process that. I don't know. I feel lucky that I don't have severe mental illness, but that I love somebody who does, which makes me feel not lucky because I can't fix that person. Sucks to feel useless when you want to help. Yeah. Anyway, look, I think it's always important to talk about this stuff because I know that a lot of people deal with real mental health problems, and it doesn't fix the problem to talk about it, but hopefully it makes it, we continue to destigmatize these things, and people feel like they are, that they're surrounded by people who understand it. And I don't know, to bring it back to To bring it back to the Quiet on Set stuff, as much as I think we haven't progressed, we have in many ways as a society. Progress is slow, and sometimes you take two steps. Sometimes you take a step forward and then you take two steps back, and then you'll move forward again. But it can feel like we're not progressing. But I look at the conversations that we have around mental health and how we are pushing against this culture in places like Hollywood that allow abuse to flow freely. And for a really long time, the idea was you just suck it up and take it. and it does seem as if we have progressed in that we are trying to finally change things here. And if you are a victim of abuse, hopefully you don't feel like you have to be alone and that you have to take it to your grave. Anywho, we just have to strive towards making this world a better place day by day. That's what we gotta do, you guys. All right, we're gonna talk about the AI controversy next on the Late Night with the Devil movie. It's an unfortunate reality. used. So it has generated controversy around it. Here's one of the images. Apparently, it's used during cutaway transitions in the film. Now, my question is, I know that this was a low-budget film, and I know that these are only used briefly, but I just still don't understand not paying someone, what, $1,000? How much would this if you have just a couple images and they're you know, basically trying to give off this kind of vintage Halloween vibe, I feel like it really wouldn't have cost that much. Like less than that, $500. Now, on the one hand, had this been a big budgeted studio film that used AI, would that have been totally atrocious? Absolutely. You're like, wow, you have millions of dollars. This is $100 million budgeted film, and you couldn't pay an artist? But the fact that there are such few images that they needed in this film, and they still AI'd it, when it really wouldn't have cost much at all to have an artist do this. It is just, it doesn't make any sense. I don't think it's a deal breaker. I'm not saying it's I'm not calling for, like, to boycott this film, and I'm not saying that this is the worst thing that could have ever happened. I just don't understand why they did this. And okay, look, this was filmed before the strike. So during the strike is when AI became front and center as an issue this industry is facing. It's not just the entertainment industry that is dealing with the issue of AI, but it was front and center during both the writer and the actor strikes. This was filmed before then, and so, you know, you can argue that it was used during a time before AI was the conversation, and where a lot of people learned about the problems that AI poses. However, it still is something where I just don't get it. I just don't get it, because it really would have been very cheap and easy to just have an artist do the art. It's bewildering that a production so otherwise committed to designing itself around and attaining a period-specific feel would shoot itself in the foot by using AI-generated art for still frame cutaways instead of paying someone to doodle vintage Halloween art. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of wondering if the filmmakers did not think that it would be a big deal. They didn't think people would notice. I'm not sure. Didn't they say they had an artist take the AI images and work on them to get the final version? Yes, but that doesn't make it any less nonsensical. So if you're going to generate AI art and then have an artist tweak it, why don't you just have the artist do the, like, this doesn't seem that complicated to me. I'm not an artist. I'm not an artist. But this seems like something that an artist could just whip up. And it would look better than this, too. That's a that's a Fiverr job, not a big one. Right. That could literally be done with stock assets in 10 minutes. Yeah, so, I talked about this during the writer's strike, but something that's also frustrating is they will generate scripts with AI and they're really bad. And so they have to hire a writer then to come in and basically fix the whole script. But they can pay the writer a cheaper amount. So this is one of the things that we were fighting to protect ourselves against. because they pay the writer much less than they would if the writer generated the script themselves, even though the writer is having to redo pretty much the whole script because it sucks. So for something like this, which is a pretty simple job, if you're still going to have an artist come in, and maybe it's because you then could pay the artist much less, I don't know. Like, why not just do it from scratch? Someone said, I went ahead and recreated this could have been a dream job. Like, that looks better. Like, I just don't think this looks very good either. Anyway, David Desmalchian did a Zoom interview where he was asked about it. So I want to see what he says.
Sure. Yeah, it was a couple of years ago, and I remember, looking at them, and they had such an awesome. The only thing that makes me sad is that we had such an awesome graphics design team and all these artists that were working on making this film so perfect. So it makes me sad that that's a story that's getting the attention. But I get it. I mean, I'm absolutely in a place right now where that is something that we've learned so much about in the last few years since we made this movie, and that I don't want near the creative process, but I totally stand by the brothers. I was there with them. It was a couple of years ago when they were, this is brand new stuff. And like, oh, look, this cool thing generated an image, and now our artists are doing a thing with it. So I think they said it really well, and I stand by what they said. And I completely stand by this movie as a thoroughly original piece of work that so many man hours went into this incredible artistic craft.
Yeah. Okay. So again, when we talk about AI, we talk about AI as a tool, AI is supposed to help make our lives easier, not to replace us and not to make it so we make less money, but it's supposed to be a tool like any other technology, one that should aid us in our work and and not be something that takes work away from us. And what he's saying is this was made a couple years ago, before this conversation that we had on AI, like we're having now, was a thing. And I totally understand that. I really do. Because before the strikes, I didn't really think about AI as a problematic thing because AI wasn't being wielded and wasn't a threat a couple years ago in this industry the way it is now. The way that now voice actors and stunt doubles and hair and makeup people and writers and anybody who is a creative working in this industry has now had to come face to face with as a threat to their livelihood. Because once companies figured out, oh, wait a sec, we can use AI and save money. It's all about profit, baby. And save money here by not having to hire humans. And so right now, the stage that we're in is AI hasn't totally taken over, thank God, but we don't know the direction it's heading in. And why we fought so hard during the strikes was to make sure that AI hopefully won't replace human creatives in the entertainment industry. I always say it's not the technology that is the problem, that is evil. It is the people who wield it, who have no qualms about screwing over humans by using said technology. It's the way that it's used. It's not the technology itself, it's the way that it is wielded. So I hear him. I totally hear him on this when he's like, it's unfortunate that our movie's coming out and this is what the conversation is. I totally get it. It's very topical. It is something that rightfully so we as artists have been worrying about and need to make sure protections are in place. But I love this movie and I don't want this to be something that people don't see because of this. And I think something to keep in mind, because I've seen both sides. I've seen people be like, I'm not going to watch this movie, boycotting the film. That's up to you. That's your personal decision. I think about all the people who worked on this film and who put a lot into this movie and deserve to have their movie, deserve to have their art be seen. I'm still going to watch this movie, but I can recognize, that sucks that this happened, and also recognize that it happened during a time when we weren't having conversations about AI like we are having now. They should hire an artist and update the version. Yeah, I mean, look, there's certainly, I think, potential remedies to the problem, but I don't know. I think it's something where I won't shame you if you say, I can't watch this movie. I'm an artist. Or not, even if you're not an artist, but whatever. If you're like, I can't watch this movie, that is totally your decision. For me, I want to support the work of a lot of people who worked on this project, and so that's why, like, I'll go see this film. Yep, more people put in insanely hard work and had no say in the use of AI. I'm glad there's some pushback, but I feel for the movie. I'm still gonna see it, it's just annoying. There are dozens, if not at least a couple hundred creatives and hardworking people who came together to make this happen. Let's not lose sight of them in the wake of this very glaring point. I also saw, where is it? I think I have it in. Yeah, there are so many people, departments, etc. that came together to make a film. While we can all agree that AI art sucks, trying to cancel a film and tell other people not to support it over one piece of bullshit AI art is not fair to everyone who worked on the film. It's interesting because every post that I saw about this, there was a follow-up tweet to be like, okay, I am muting this now because it's gotten out of hand. Muting this because there's too many people that take the AI art is bad topic way too fucking far. We know AI art is bad. Nobody's disagreeing with that, but let's not act like boycotting the film will magically solve this issue. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. AI streamer. Yeah, I'm going to get replaced by AI. Indians. I thought that said Indians. Oh my god. That says indies. Indies rarely have the budget to hire multiple artists. I was like, is this a Bollywood film? Indies rarely have the budget to hire multiple artists. It's usually 3 or 4 art leads that source everything. They're overworked and underappreciated. If 2+ years ago, one of them used an AI image that's not taking away a job, it's giving them time to breathe. I think the big picture is much more important. If we start saying, well, this example is okay, and in this instance, it's understandable, the overall takeaway, whether we like it or not, will be that using AI in general is fine with us. I agree, actually. I'm not saying that use is acceptable. I just think that tanking an entire film because of a lack of understanding for how this all worked 2 years ago by an artist hired likely isn't the right stake to plant. But let's scare them off from here 100%. I understand what you mean, but if you agree with me, that zero... Okay. Yeah, I think most people look at this and go, don't tank the entire film. Like, I think that we can understand the nuances in here. And the problem is that on a film we're at a point now where the use of AI as a tool to help you as an artist in your work feels like a slippery slope now because of the way that we accelerated in AI usage to just replacing artists already. So it feels like we didn't even get to have that time where we used AI as a tool to help ourselves as artists, because we just jumped straight to the exploitation and replacing of humans. Conversation skipped a few. It feels like we really just skipped all that. See, that's true, but also I would bet bigger, more popular movies will use it, not suffer at all, so tanking this film. I don't think the film is going to be tanked. I gotta be honest. I don't think it's gonna be tanked, even though a lot of people are talking about this. Most of what I've seen are people not calling for tanking the film. But I get what she's saying here when she's like, if we start saying, well, this is okay in this instance, it's understandable, because big budgeted films are already doing this. Wasn't it what movie? The whole opening was AI? Was it a movie or was it it was Marvel, I think. I can't remember what one it was. Or it was a show. Anyway, Invasion. Yes, Marvel's Secret Invasion. They did this. They have a ton of money. They got money for days. And the opening, they used AI on. And so, yeah, it gets tricky. We're like, if we don't call attention to something like this, and then let's say Marvel does that again, or some other big studio does it, and we talk, then it just feels like, I don't know. It does feel as if we're picking and choosing, but keeping in mind that this did happen a few years ago. And it was generally the worst thing Marvel's ever put out.
And they indicted
it was
there
so
is a
bad.
secret invasion on our southern border, folks.
Oh, Dan, where you been? Thanks for the 19 months. What, have you been abducted by aliens? Exactly. Where do we draw the line? They keep saying, "Oh, don't deny others' work." Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I don't know. I don't think I have really anything else to say on this. It just keeps rolling more and more shit downhill, and then it weirdly just ended before it crushed the village at the bottom of the hill. Well, see, I think there's a lot of people who are worried that they're in that village and it is going to get crushed. I don't know. It does feel like after we signed the contract, after we signed the SAG-AFTRA contract, it kind of just felt like a wait and see. Cross your fingers and wait and see. And hope that hope that the people who have been warning us about AI and the experts who were hired to advise SAG-AFTRA throughout negotiations specifically on AI and said that the contract was not sufficient in protecting actors against AI. We just gotta hope that in the next 3 years before we have our next contract signing, that it has not gotten to a place where there's been significant damage These people talk as if they don't love their iPhones and Nikes made from third world slave labor. Okay, that's I don't think that's the correct argument to apply here. It's kind of giving the what's the society meme? Yet you participate in society. We got it, chatter. You make your own clothes. That kind of felt like an AI chatter a bit. Yeah, that you criticize society and yet I think AI is the way people are choosing. Right. That's what it always comes down to. Problem is capitalism, though. To have the focus on AI is like the protests against the loom. It never did. It's always capitalism. Yes. That's always what it boils down to. And I think the thing with AI too is that it's a very sensitive topic, rightfully so. And I don't think that people necessarily handle it sensitively. I think that there's a lot of dismissal of artists' fears. And look, even if you are somebody who does not believe that AI, the way that it's being wielded and will continue to be wielded in the future, if you don't think it's a problem or will be a problem, at the very least, you have to be sensitive, though, to people who don't see it that way and have already been affected by it. Anyway, there's a new trailer for Dev Patel's movie Monkey Man. We're gonna watch it. I cannot wait to support this man with my money and go see his movie and then scream at Hollywood if they do not make him an even bigger star. If they don't cast him in other action films, which they have already not been doing, and that's why he had to go make his own. Dev Patel in everything, baby.
I even know my mother's name. Do you know any of their names?
Oh.
When I was a boy, they took everything from me. The rich don't see us as people. To them, we're animals.
Both of us. We're broken.
If a man wishes to challenge the gods, he must become more than a man. He must become a beast.
Yes!
Who is he? Nobody. Just some crazy kid from the gutter.
He has to be extinguished.
Before your nobody becomes a somebody.
Just one small ember can burn down everything.
Make them remember your name.
Coming in the night.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes!
Do you remember me now?
I am so fucking hype for this movie. Let me tell you, okay, this man, Dev Patel, wrote, directed, and starred in this. This is cinema, all right? And what, didn't he like break a hand, 2 toes or 2 fingers, something like that? He tore his shoulder and he got an eye infection. Like, he poured blood, sweat, and tears into this, and we will go support it. Did you see his interview? Yes, when he was like very kindly and very gently said that there are other action movies besides John Wick. It's like an action movies outside of American action movies. Yeah, he is, he's a king. You know what I'd like to think? When I saw Dev at that brunch that I went to like a month and a half ago, and we made eye contact, I want to believe that whoever he was sitting there with were some big wigs in Hollywood, some big producers, and they were like chit-chatting about what Dev was gonna do next. Not this. Oh, yes. You think I'll ever stop talking about this? No. You're fooling yourself. I hope, though, that at that meeting, maybe he showed them on his phone a little bit of Monkey Man. Or maybe they watched an early, they got to see, they got to see the film early, and they were like, we are so sorry on behalf of Hollywood for never casting you in an action movie like this. And we are going to right our wrongs. I wouldn't stop talking about him if I saw him either. Thank you. Yeah, he's a beautiful king, okay? He is. Wait, my other favorite story is, did I tell you guys when I used to go to this little coffee shop. One sec. Did I see The Lioness? Wait, didn't that come out last year? TV show? Or is it a... Yeah, I just looked it up. It looks like it came out last year. Okay, so I used to go to this little coffee shop because it was $1 for a cup and they would give you refills, and I would sit there and like work on scripts. And Bo Burnham used to go to this little coffee shop, and I would see him working on his script. I wasn't really working that much. It was more so like watching Bo Burnham. He was working though. And anyway, it turns out that the script he had been working on was 8th Grade. Remember this movie? That did very well. He got a ton of attention for this. It was very well received. So, basically, the moral of these two stories is that my presence while you are working on something creative will guarantee its success. I am a muse. I'm a good luck charm. Yes, it totally makes sense. It lines up. Shameful admission, never seen it. It's really good. It's a good little coming of age movie. I think it was Elsie Fisher's first film. It was Bo Burnham's directorial debut. Does that mean watching your stream will increase my creative capacity? Yes, it does. Yeah, if you are a creative looking for inspiration or, you know, you just need good luck, watch the stream. Okay, this will come to you. It will. You shall receive. It's very good, especially if you were bullied in middle school. Raise your hand if you were bullied in middle school. Raise your hand. Oh, yeah. I don't know what's worse, getting bullied in middle school or getting bullied in high school. Or just both. Like, if you're going to pick one, middle school or high school. I don't know. I think middle school is... Middle schoolers are brutal. They are. They're so fucking mean. 7th graders are scary. I'm scared of 7th graders. Literally I always think of the John Mulaney bit. Let me pull it up. Hold on. John Mulaney on, I think he's talking about 8th graders in his bit. I was a brown man. I was in middle school during 9/11, so yep, oh God. I can only imagine. Okay, wait, John Mulaney on 13-year-olds. I could kick the shit out of an unlimited number of middle schoolers. That reminds me of what I still think is the funniest tweet ever of the I could win a fight. Oh wait, no. So, churches are not essential, but abortion clinics are essential. Got it. Yes, because abortion is health care. Glad I could clear that up for you, Liz. 600,000 babies a year would disagree with you. I could easily win a debate against 600,000 babies. This is a slime-coated tweet. Oh yeah, I could easily win a debate against 600,000 babies. Okay, I'm trying to find this.
13-year-olds are the meanest people in the world. They terrify me to this day. If I'm on the street on like a Friday...
Sorry, I think we can only have the animated version.
And I see a group of 8th graders on one side of the street, I will cross to the other side of the street. Because 8th graders will make fun of you, but in an accurate way. They will get to the thing that you don't like about you. They don't even need to look at you for long. They'll just be like, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Hey, look at that high-waisted man. He got feminine hips. And I'm like, no, that's the thing I'm sensitive about.
They will be mean to you in an accurate way is so funny. I do feel that way about the younger generations. Like, okay, this is actually a good segue because we're going to talk about the Gen Z versus millennial discourse on aging. Like, apparently Gen Z and millennials are fighting about who's aging worse, about who looks older. Anywho, I will say, I stay away from coming after Gen Z because I don't want that. I do not want Gen Z coming after me because it'll be like the 13-year-olds line here, where they will be mean to you in such an accurate way. I feel like Gen Z will insult me in ways that I can't respond to. There's no winning that. But anyway, most importantly, millennials and Gen Z, of which many of us are in here, Many of us in here are millennials and Gen Z. We need solidarity. Why are we fighting against each other? We are not each other's enemy. Why are we, like, what is this aging fight that we're all on? And where are my fucking tweets? Hold on. I think it's this. This is what kicked this off. And I went, wait a second. Is this a thing? Are we fighting about this? Let me see. I thought I had another tweet on it. Okay, I don't think so. I think I just have this one. All right. So, yeah, apparently millennials and Gen Z are fighting over who looks worse. My queen is in chat. Where is she? Where's my queen, Pokimane? I'm gonna VIP her because 1, she's a queen, and 2, that way I can see her name easier. UV, yes, UV is the real enemy. Okay, all right. So it started with this, and by it started, I mean that's when I was tuned into. Apparently, this is an ongoing battle.
Louder for the Gen Zers in the back that didn't hear me the last time. Millennials look fantastic.
Okay, so his initial TikTok is, I guess he's responding to Gen Z making fun of millennials and saying millennials look old, yada yada. And so he's like, this is for the Gen Zers who are saying this. And he pointed out that, like, he's a millennial and he looks good. He looks young. And so this is a Gen Zer. Wait, what did I do? Who fucked that up? Who gave the wrong shout? Okay, I was like, that is not me. I didn't do that. Who is this poke? Who is this Pokimane? It was a good try, though. That's on me. Are you, did you take another edible again?
What kind of denial-filled middle-age crisis-ass bullshit is this?
Okay, I will say this girl, she's doing the most. She's doing too much. I also hate fake laughing on TikTok. This is a fake laugh.
What 12-year-old called you ugly? Show me the Disney ears. Show them to me. What twink on Grindr asked you for your AARP card? Come on, let me know. Pour one out, y'all. Pour one out for every millennial going through a crisis.
Okay, all right, okay. It's too much. She's being annoying. Yes, she's being annoying. But what is this idea that we're going through a crisis? Like, it seems to be this. Okay. From everything that I've been seeing, it seems more so that Gen Z is experiencing a crisis in aging for many reasons, and a lot of Gen Zers talk about the just amounts of stress that they feel they've been dealing with their whole lives and how that is aging them. All this conversation around microplastics, the conversation around fillers and how fillers age you, the vaping. There's just a lot of things where I tend to see more so Gen Zers who are in an aging crisis over millennials. It's not to say millennials aren't doing that, but I don't know. Her saying, pour one out for every millennial going through a crisis. This feels like a fabricated battle.
Going through a crisis.
Like, I think for millennials, the crisis is not being able to have a house. Millennials are the generation under Generation X, which seems to be the last generation who could afford a house. Like, that seems to be the main crisis affecting millennials who I've read and heard from. I don't just mean like house, but what the house represents. You know what I mean? What the buying of a house represents in life. And I have a lot of friends in their 30s who say they will never be able to buy a house, and it's tough. And I even have people who have moved, know people who have moved home with their parents. So it feels like we are the first generation who is the no house generation. And to me, the crisis in aging has to do with aging and not being able to get out of the permanent life that is renting. I can rent a 4K apartment and can't get a 4K mortgage. Yeah.
I'm just gonna let you sit with this one, bro. You look 30. By the way, you look 30. Peace and love.
I'm tripping out right now, and I'm not trying to be shady. I swear to God, I'm not trying to be shady. But when that video first started, I thought it was a fellow millennial sympathizing with what I was talking
shading
about.
her.
But when I looked on this person's profile, homegirl is 20 years old. And this is like one of the first times I actually...
Yeah, also she said 30 like 30 was 1 foot in the grave. She said 30 like 30 is you're dead.
Felt what other millennials were talking about Gen Z looking a little bit older for her age. And homegirl was like loud about her opinions and was trying to like laugh at my expense. Don't want to be mean to her. Baby girl, baby girl. Oh, Jesus. Like, you're pretty, you're beautiful.
I love when someone will say, I don't want to be mean to her, especially when you know that they're about to be mean. Look, I don't want to be rude. Okay, baby girl, she's sweet, she's young, but I'm about to drag her fucking ass. Hexsplit, thank you for the 4 months.
I'm not trying to like tear you down or anything, because looking older than your age isn't a bad thing and shouldn't be stigmatized by society. But when you're like laughing at my expense about the way I look, oh God, sorry, oh God, baby girl, oh my God, and like, oh my God, it's so.
Yes, also the fake laugh back. Can we stop doing this on TikTok? We can all hear through these laughs. Okay, nobody's falling for these laughs.
Funny that you're trying to read me for looking 30 and saying you look 30. Yes, wonderful. I'm almost 40. You're not getting it. You are not getting it. Anyway, all love. You're having fun. This is me also having fun. You're a beautiful girl. Just like maybe lower your tone when, you know.
Oh, there's that TikTok sound. I do have to say, my guy, if you're 38, why are you doing this anyway? Why do you care? Like, sure, she was annoying. Whatever. You're gonna be 40 and you're making these, like, clapback TikToks? That's lame of you, my guy. That is, you might not look, 38. And I guess that's what the point that you want to make. Good for you. Okay, I don't give a shit. But you are certainly acting very childish in posting this. Like, that's a little embarrassing for you. Okay. Anywho, so a lot of people responded to this. This person says, what Gen Z isn't understanding is that we are not saying we look younger than them. Most of us, are not that delusional. We're saying that we look our age, and they also look our age. Okay. I just,
apparently.
I don't get this. I don't know. Because to me, if I think Gen Zers look older, which actually I don't. I do think that there are things that Gen Z does at their age that older generations didn't, that can age them. Things like fillers and Botox, 100%. But not every Gen Zer is doing that. And also, we're going to watch this video called after this one called "Did People Used to Look Older?" Think about every old movie, okay? Or even go watch a show from the 90s. Everybody, like, it looks old as shit. You'll see an actor who is 24 at the time, and they look like they're 40. So I don't know what this new back and forth debate is about who looks older when this has been a thing with older generations because of things that were specific to their generations when they were younger, like the way that they dressed, the fact that everybody smoked cigarettes, that they didn't use sunscreen, the lead in the gasoline. Okay, let's start off with this video.
Gen Z is like aging really rapidly.
It is mainly because of the stress. Get closer. I am Gen Z and nobody ever believes me.
I was humbled so quick tonight. I was on live with my boyfriend and someone was like, "How old's your girlfriend?" And John jokingly responds 47. And the girl comments, "Oh, I thought she was early 30s. I am 23.
So apparently Gen Z's aging like milk. And no one wanted to tell me? Hey guys.
Okay, the other thing is that younger kids know how to do makeup and hair and take photos like this girl here in a way that I didn't even know when I was 23. But even still, when I think about being 23, I'm like, I think we probably looked pretty similar. I don't look at her and think she's 40. And especially if I saw her in person, I would not think she was 40.
I thought she was early 30s. I am 23.
Early 30s.
Apparently Gen Z's aging like milk. And no one wanted to tell me?
Also, makeup will
hey
make
guys,
you
it's
look
Emergency
older.
And welcome back to my channel. Today we are back and we're talking about Gen Z and aging again. But this time, this call isn't coming from inside the house. It's actually coming from the house down the street, from seemingly millennials about how Gen Z is just aging terribly. There have been tons of TikToks, tweets, and just general content across the internet discussing why Gen Z allegedly looks older than they actually are. And I kind of want to talk about that because, like most things that end up circulating around the internet discourse, there's some nuance here that I feel like we just aren't really talking about enough. So in this video, we're going to take a dive into whether or not Gen Z actually does look older than their actual age, if we're aging like milk, why other generations may think so, along with trying to unpack society's issues with aging as a whole, because I feel like that's what it ultimately comes down to.
Yes.
But before we do that, hi, I'm Rumi, and
okay, yes, I'm so glad you mentioned that. And I've talked about this before on my stream, where a lot of this boils down to our centuries-old obsession with youth. And the reason why the beauty industry is a billion-dollar industry and there are so many serums and lotions and face things and all of these products that we have way too many of that are designed to make you look younger, and how Botox is being pushed on people younger and younger and younger. And now they call it like preventative Botox. And oh, if you're 23, just get a little bit of preventative Botox. It's the obsession with youth, and with youth being tied to your worth. So if you do not remain looking youthful, then you have no value. Then you have no worth in society, especially with women and young girls. You know the joke in Hollywood that when a woman turns 40, she's dead. Just dig your grave and that's it. And often you see a lot of women over the age of 40 in an industry like Hollywood who have had a lot of work done because they feel like the only way to have a chance at keeping their careers alive is to like trick people into thinking that they haven't aged at all. It's depressing to imagine young people whose brains aren't even fully formed being bombarded with that rhetoric. Right. You know, you wonder, it's no wonder why young people report earlier and earlier that they struggle with anxiety and depression, and it being related to stuff like this. You know, they're just inundated day in and day out with this discourse and having ads shoved in their face everywhere that they turn, ads that are telling them that they need to like buy this product or get this treatment done or do this, or here's a TikTok of someone like, come along with me as I do this insane facial thing and this person's 20 years old, or like, come along with me as I get fillers for the first time.
Welcome to Gen Z, a little series I run on this channel where we talk about all things Gen Z, pop culture, media, or pretty much anything that's kind of related to this generation. And if you're new to the channel and like all things commentary, pop culture, TV, and fashion, then definitely subscribe so that you don't miss out on any content that I have coming out in the future. I post multiple times a week, so you will be fed. Also, I leave a like on this video because it helps out a ton with the YouTube algorithm, and follow me on my socials at Emergency on Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. I'm starting to post more on there and actively going through the badification pipeline, so if you want to keep up with that, go check that out. And if you're interested in supporting this channel further and getting early access to new videos, as well as getting exclusive videos eyebrows each month, then consider hitting the join button and becoming a channel member today. But enough self-promo, let's talk about Gen Z's aging issue. So where did all this hoopla come from? Well, if you've seen my last video talking about Gen Z's aging issue, you know the conversation around Gen Z and aging had been going on for quite a while. But the conversation's recently been revived with a new twist on it due to a video made by a popular TikToker named Jordan the Stallion, where he reacts to a podcast clip of a couple of people saying that Gen Z is aging older and proceeds to gag the live by revealing that he is actually 26, and most people do not believe him to be so, with him citing case examples of this being people assuming that him and his mom are the same age, and even had The Rock confused, thinking that Jordan was a whole father, because Jordan went to an event where he was going to get something signed by The Rock, but instead of The Rock signing for Jordan, The Rock ended up signing for a Jordan, who he assumed to be the actual Jordan's son. And I must remind you again, Jordan is 26. So now because of that, people across the internet have been reacting and sharing their own takes for whether or not they believe that
Is 30 a good age to get Botox? Thinking about getting it. Look, I don't want to pressure you one way or another. That's totally up to you. I think 30 is a much more acceptable age than something like 20. I don't think that you need to like go all out if you want to get just a little bit here and there. I don't know what your skin situation is, and I don't know what you're looking for, but that is that's a decision up to you. But either way, what was I going to say? Either way, I think it's always best to start off small with anything that you do to your face. Whoever's administering your Botox to, hopefully you'll get somebody who's not going to just push you to get a bunch of units so that they can charge you a lot of money, and they will be minimal with what they do.
Gen Z is aging poorly or not. More so on the millennial side, and Gen Z is mostly reacting by either agreeing that they feel like they look older for their age, or just memeing on the millennials for making their videos. And I feel like this is such a great moment to dive into, why do we feel like Gen Z looks older? I feel like a lot of the conversation revolves around not the fact that Gen Z necessarily looks old, but more so that Gen Z looks older at a certain age than what someone would typically perceive someone of that age to be. Because I feel like saying Gen Z looks old as like a blanket statement is just objectively incorrect. Because when we look at the whole scope of the conversation, the oldest Gen Z is likely 26, 27 right now. And most millennials in this conversation are in their 30s. And I'll just say this, because this video is not meant to bash millennials. And most millennials in this conversation,
I'm just dying at the images here.
Conversation are in their 30s. And I'll just say this, because this video is not meant to bash millennials. It's not really meant to bash anybody, but I know how people like to tussle. Being in your 30s does not mean that you're old. So saying that Gen Z looks older, meaning late 20s, early 30s, doesn't necessarily equate to old. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. But as to why people believe that Gen Z is looking older, people have been chalking it up to multiple things. According to the New York Times, those that have been seeking to cast blame have tried to pin Gen Z's supposedly accelerated maturation on vaping, makeup, cancel culture, or karma. Someone suggested that the anti-aging...
Wait, what? Cancel culture or karma? Those... You know, all y'all little Gen Zers who do all your little online canceling, it's giving you wrinkles. Cancel culture took 5 years off my life. Oh my God. Cancel culture or karma? Come on. If there's one generation that would be accelerated in their aging due to karma, it's not Gen Z. Okay? We all know who it is.
Products and procedures used by Gen
A
Zers.
boomer wrote that
have ironically
100%.
Older. And I've seen some of these takes on TikTok where people are attributing Gen Z's not so healthy habits on why they're looking older, and some have more validity than others, because the bitters that are just like, it's Gen Z's karma for making fun of millennials, relax.
It's Leslie,
But
thank
some
you
have
for the
actual
prime.
validity. Now, I'm not saying overall that Gen Z just looks by and large older than they actually are, especially in comparison to what millennials look like at this age, because I feel like we forget the conversation that we were having like last year, where Gen Z was reflecting on how we looked in high school versus how millennials and Gen X looked in high school, and specifically how Gen Z actually looked like very young teenagers in high school, and at the very most, at least a teenager trying to cosplay an adult in high school, whereas the older generation seemed to look more mature for their age. And of course, I'm talking about millennials in high school. I'm not talking about the ones...
Okay, the only reason I looked more mature is because I wore my mother's blazers to high school. Yeah, remember I thought I was like 16 going on 40. So that was why I looked older.
That are at the tail end of being a millennials, the cuspers, because for a lot of the oldest Gen Z, they still went to school together, which is something that I'm going to bring up again later in this video. But yeah, just remember the conversation not too long ago about like how high schoolers and people in college now
Super appreciate the way you talk about things. Thank you.
People of that age group used to. So I'm just like, when did this conversation flip, you know? But going under the assumption that Gen Z is actually aging older, is there actually any evidence to back that up? Well, yes. When we think about the lifestyle habits and general condition of Gen Z, a lot of what we do and go through on a day-to-day basis does contribute to aging. For one, stress levels. Surveys and studies show that Gen Z is the most stressed out generation, which makes sense given the world that we live in today, and the state of said world that Gen Z has grown up with and now has to live with. And it's been proven that high stress levels actually do age you, and extended periods of stress are actually detrimental to your health. So physiologically, yes, that
Yeah,
could be-
look, guys, okay, you don't need to get Botox, you don't need filler, you don't need all these fancy products. You just have to release all the stress that's on you. You just have to de-stress. Just let it all go, okay? And you'll see the years just wash away. You just gotta chill out, man. Everyone's so fucking stressed out, man.
be an attributing factor.
Have you just
There's also an
considered
issue of
chilling?
loneliness, which can be attributed to a decrease in offline interactions in day-to-day life, as well as for older Gen Z, the increase in remote work, which can contribute to sedentary lifestyles and more loneliness. And with Gen Z feeling collectively the most loneliness of any age group, that can also impact
When did I get a
one's health, which
Stanley?
then
Why are
could
you
impact
jealous?
One's appearance. With, according to Forbes, loneliness possibly being as damaging as smoking.
I don't know if she's still here, but speaking of Stanleys, this is from the Queen.
Smoking 15 cigarettes per day, which sounds like a lot. Like,
Thank you,
damn.
doll.
This, coupled with the insomnia issue that Gen Z holistically struggles with, along with the increase in
I'm repping
vaping,
it.
You know, look at
Sorry
all this
for-
back to back. The cards are kind of stacked up against.
Sorry for the lead. No. I actually want extra lead. I was trying to figure out a way that I could order another one of these, but maybe just order lead. I want as much lead as I can get. Give me free lead. Yes, give me all the lead. All right. I'm trying to look like a boomer.
This girlies. It's like it makes sense why those factors may contribute to that. But then you also have to account for all the things that Gen Z is doing to counteract those things, like holistically eating healthier, being more active, and increased use in skincare and sunscreen. And I also feel like it isn't necessarily like physiological. And I also feel like the argument about Gen Z looking older isn't necessarily always about like what our faces or our bodies may look like. A lot of it can be attributed to the trends and styles that are popular amongst Gen Z online. A lot of trends, whether they be makeup, fashion, or lifestyle, tend to skew towards a more mature aesthetic. Like with TikTok not just going crazy over the mob life aesthetic, how old do you think a mob life is? And for a lot of Gen Z, we grew up idolizing and following the lives, beauty, and fashion trends, as well as the beauty standard of people that were in their late 20s. And
I couldn't even do my makeup in college. Like, I look back at photos of myself from college, and I very clearly look like an 18-year-old who put way too much eyeliner on. I didn't know how to do it. I look at Gen Z, or at least Gen Zers who are online, which is a lot of them, and they, for the most part, just seem to be better equipped at all things fashion and beauty, okay? I don't know if it's from, I don't know if it's like learning these things from TikTok or Instagram. I don't know what it is, but they're better, all right? Gen Z just learned at an earlier age things such as fashion and makeup. Things that I feel I'm still learning.
And by those people, I mean the Kardashians. Whether we like to admit it or not, they had a strong influence on everybody, millennials included. But because Gen Z happened to be younger when the Kardashians were at their peak, the influence and impact looked a little different. But all this aside, this whole discourse is just so
I do love a
out of
YouTube
pocket.
tutorial on
because
makeup.
For one, why do we care? And two, what are we even talking about?
Right?
I feel like the
Thank
conversation
you.
has devolved into a I look younger than you competition.
Why do we care?
Which, for one, I really
Like,
don't
what is
understand the
this
sense
fight?
of someone in their late teens to early 20s beefing with someone in their 30s to early 40s. Just because I feel like those two age groups don't have anything serious to be beefing over in a critical manner. But mostly I feel like this conversation is just a reflection of people's problems with aging. Because let's be honest here, when we're talking about Gen Z aging poorly or looking older faster, which I will say from my personal experience, I wouldn't say that that's necessarily true holistically. There seems to be this connotation by saying that someone's aging or looking older and having that be a bad thing. And I care to ask the class, why? Because for one, especially for the younger millennials, y'all are basically the same age as older Gen Z. Like, y'all literally went to high school together. So by transitive property, anyone of that group that has smoke for Gen Z, y'all are basically one and the same. But speaking more broadly about why people consider aging to be a bad thing, I feel like a lot of that energy is attributed to
great.
the beauty standard, as well as people's general fear of mortality and getting older. Like, it's no secret that we as a society are obsessed with looking younger and staying as young as possible for as long as possible. But that's a trap. Look at the anti-aging product industry. The girlies want to stay young forever, and coveting youth like that is a trap.
It's always funny to me when I'll say, oh yeah, I'm 31. And without fail, people will always be like, oh, you don't look 31. And I know it's coming from a place of being kind. And they'll say, I would have thought you were like 27 or 28. I just have to say, I don't need that because I don't think 31 is old. But I also am okay if I were to look 31 because I don't know what the fuck that even means. What is looking 30? I look 30. That's young to me. Theo, darling, thank you for the 11 months. So it's very funny, and I never know. I just always say, like, thank you. Thank you so much. But the reactions when I'll say, oh yeah, I'm 31, every single time is, oh, what? You don't look 31. I go, what do you think 31-year-olds look like? Or when someone will try to insult me by saying, oh, you look like you're in your 40s. I go, okay, I do know that that's not true. But also, like, I'm whatever. You think that you are going to destroy me? You think that the thing I'm most insecure about is how old I look? Try again. Try again until you hit what I'm actually insecure about, okay? Actually, I really hope that you don't actually hit on it because then that would suck. But if you think telling me that I look old as a way to, like, haha, I got you, if you think that that's going to do shit to me, keep going. Joke's on you, because that's not the thing I'm insecure about. But a lot of that comes from, oh, here's a woman I'm going to tell her she looks old. Or I'm gonna say, like, you should be having kids. Oh, what, you're past your prime, that type of thing, because the connection is age, youth equals value. So the older you are as a woman, or the older you look, you have less value. That's where that's coming from. I don't ascribe to that. So anybody who wants to keep hitting me with the, oh yeah, you're so old. Ugh, you look like you're 45. Keep going. Please, do it till you're blue in the face.
Like, a lot of people tend to forget that aging is a gift, because realistically, it's not something that everyone gets to
Since we all know you're blue in the balls.
do. Growing old is a privilege, and by trapping ourselves behind these anti-aging or youth-off competitions, we're really taking away from the beauty that is getting older. And at the end of the day, I feel like most people in their generation tend to look their age, or at least around their age group. Of course, there's gonna be outliers, people that look really young for their age, and people that look older than their age, and that's not a bad thing. And as Gen Z and millennials, I feel like we can all unite and be comfortable in the thought that at the very least, if we do want to be vain, if we do want to be vapid, we can relish in the thought that both our generations are going to look better than Gen X and Boomers. And that's where to drinking water and sunscreen, baby, okay? But that's all I'm gonna say on this. I want to hear your thoughts. Do you feel like Gen Z is aging at an exponential rate? Do you feel like people are exaggerating? And do you feel like...
Look, my mom, when she was growing up, they used to put tanning oil all over their bodies and then surround themselves with foil, okay? So, yes, he's correct when he's saying we can bark back and forth to each other, but there are certain things about both our generations that we do not do that greatly contribute to aging, like soaking up the sun's rays with oil on your face surrounded by foil. Tanning beds. Anyway, I just don't ascribe to this. I don't ascribe to the generational fighting, and especially not with Gen Z, because guess what? We're both fucked. Okay? Yeah, so maybe we can argue over who looks younger or not. Who's buying a house? No one in these generations is. So stop fighting with each other and look at the people who are the problem. I joke, but seriously, please, all I want for you is to sever that relationship between youth and value. Okay? Men, women, NBs, all of you. I mean, that's not a joke. No, I know. But the point is, I want us to all do that. We have to stop buying into this idea that we have nothing to offer this world if we are not young or if we don't look youthful, okay? All right, now we're going to watch this video. Did people used to look older? TGE Beast, thank you for the prime. Yeah, I'm very excited to see this vid. I saw a lot of you in here when I mentioned we were going to watch it say it's a banger vid. Vsauce. A Vsauce vid. Actually, I need to grab some more water, so one moment. I gotta get some more water in my Mina Stanley cup. Okay. Here we go.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. At the age of 18, Carl Sagan looked like a teenager. But it doesn't take long in an old high school yearbook to find teenagers who look surprisingly old. These people are all in their 20s. But so
I am dying at him calling NSYNC these people. These people are all in their 20s and it's NSYNC.
who are these people? This is Elizabeth Taylor when she was just 17. And here are some high school students from the 70s. Did people
Yeah, see, that's what I looked like because I was wearing my mom's clothes.
Look older? Brandon McCarthy asked on Twitter, and
Very
evidence
smart blazers.
poured in. People shared photos of their parents in their early 20s, their dad
Oh,
at
in front of a
21,
house that the
their
parents
mom
could buy.
at 18 or 19, their dad at 45. One user shared their husband at 27 and what his father looked like at 23. And there's pretty much an entire subculture around how old footballers looked decades ago. 24, 31, 33, 29, 27. It's not uncommon to think that there's something more grown up about the way people used to be, to look back and think that people seemed older at a younger age than they do now.
Good old let it guess.
Let's call it retrospective aging. It doesn't happen to everyone. People do not and never have aged similarly. And there's even the opposite observation that kids these days grow up to.
I'm sorry, all the comments in chat, they're just British. I can't. I cannot. Burn Swin, thank you for the 3 months.
Fast. But it's a popular question and subject of numerous memes. So, is it real? Or is it an illusion fueled by cherry-picked examples that feeds rosy nostalgia for a time when people were tough and
Beans
didn't
on
have it as
toast
easy as
do
you
age
kids
you.
have it now? Well, as it turns out, both. Humans today really are aging more slowly than their historic counterparts. Changes in lifestyle, nutrition, smoking habits, healthcare, early life conditions, and skincare, particularly the use of sunscreen, are a huge part of it. By comparing measures of metabolic, cardiovascular, inflammatory, kidney, liver, and lung function across time, researchers at Yale and USC have found that we are, in fact, staying younger for longer than we used to. So does that mean that 60 is the new 50? Almost. Their results suggest that between the early 90s and the late 2000s, 60 became the new 56. 40 became the new 37 and a half, and 20 became the new 19. Oh, also, during the last century, dentistry and orthodontics have played a huge cosmetic role in the kinds of faces we see in parts of the world. But, interestingly, when faces in...
Oh, speaking of dentistry, you want to know what's crazy is how much dentistry has changed from when I was a teenager. The things that I went through, having 4 teeth pulled, like my whole jaw being realigned that way, braces for 5 years, they don't do stuff like that anymore. Black fillings. Ugh! My older sister and I were mauling over this when we were in Joshua Tree, talking about how the stuff that they did to us when we were teens having dental work, they don't do today. And then I hear what they did when my mom was a teenager, and they do not do that. That would be unheard of. My brother had braces for 8 years. Holy shit. The worst part about my braces experience is that I had brackets on my teeth. No wires. Just the brackets for a year. Why? And I had huge teeth and they were so crooked and I just had the brackets. I don't know. Maybe my dentist was a fucking asshole who was like, you know what? I don't think this girl's being bullied enough. I don't think that life has taken a big enough dump on her yet. So I'm going to give her these brackets, but no wires, and she's going to have just the brackets for a year. And then when I was in high school, I had so many rubber bands in my mouth that I could shoot pencils out of them. I had like boom, 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 boom. It was like, it was like a trapeze artist could have, been flying around with the amount of rubber bands in my mouth. Target practice. Yeah. I looked awesome. When they fucking snapped in your mouth, nothing was worse. But yeah, so my old fillings, the ones that were silver, like started falling out when I was in my mid-20s. I remember when the first one just fell out. It's like, oh, cool. Great. Love this. Yeah, so I was like midway through the transition from silver fillings to the not silver ones. So my early fillings were all silver.
Magazines are measured from the 1930s to today. The only significant change has been that across all ethnicities, the media is now exposing us to larger lips. Also, retroactive aging can occur over short time spans. When I was a freshman, the seniors in my high school seemed
not the larger
old
lips
to me. But by the time I was a senior myself, I looked in the mirror and at my peers and I was like, we're them now, but we don't seem as old as they did.
But they are not us.
What's going on isn't just about bodies. First of all, the seniors I looked at when I was a freshman truly were older than me at that time.
Wait, he kind of does look like
graduated and went
Nessua.
away. And later, when I was a senior, I saw myself as I was. But in my mind's eye, I saw the earlier seniors as they appeared to me when I was younger. Retrospective aging seems to also be about perspective. Let's go back to this tweet. This is George Wendt playing Norm on the TV show Cheers. Now, when Cheers premiered, Wendt was indeed 34, but I looked it up, and this image is actually from episode 24 of season 5 when Wendt was 38, so we're not comparing apples to apples here. However, this is an image of George Wendt at 34, and Ashley Fairbanks made some alterations and a good point. However, here's the rub. These alterations don't make Wendt look more like a 34-year-old. They make him look more like a 34-year-old today. Similarly, giving the Golden Girls modern-day hairstyles and makeup drops their apparent age a lot. Superficial styles and mannerisms can often make not just a big difference, but all the difference, which supports the hypothesis that retrospective aging is often an illusion. Modes of self-expression are always changing. Clothing, hairstyles, accessories, makeup, mannerisms, language, body language. Now, modes can come back, but never exactly. The context is always a little bit different. And from what's available or acceptable at any one time, we each draw ways of appearing or being in the world. And even if you don't care about how you look or think about how you act, what options you even have are dictated by what's currently popular or normal or being pushed on people like you.
Okay, I also have to say, I feel as if we, and by we I mean millennials and younger, think about this so much because we're constantly being perceived, whether we are perceiving ourselves through being online or how others perceive us. When I talk to my mom about this, she's always saying, we never thought about things as much as you guys did. She's like, we didn't I don't know. I mean, we'd look in the mirror and say, oh, I don't like this or I don't like that. But we weren't constantly fixated on it because we just were not constantly being perceived the way that you girls are. Look, so much of this always it comes back to the internet. It comes back to us living in a world where we are online all the time. And for some of us, we've been online since we were kids. And so I think that has played a part in your perception of yourself and of other people. And it's just we're constantly thinking about these things and scrutinizing. And I don't know. Wait, your mom also said that? Yeah, I think I think that's probably something that a lot of older people would say, that they just weren't constantly inundated with photos of themselves or other people the way that we are. I mean, I think about myself now versus when I was 16, and I didn't have a phone. I didn't have Instagram. I wasn't like constantly looking at pictures of other people or videos of other people or of myself the way that I do now, and it's just so normal.
Few of us
Did you have MySpace though? Hell yeah, I did.
What's new all our lives. For various reasons, we often wander away with our catch. Perhaps it's because we settle into an identity we're comfortable with, or fear the taboo of not dressing our age, or simply run out of time to care. But when we're gone, the stream keeps changing, and we get older and continue to use the mannerisms and styles we grabbed a while back. Eventually, to whatever those styles initially evoked, a new connotation is added. Old person. Not because the look or behavior is intrinsically for the elderly, but because those who use it, us, became old ourselves.
Old.
If you want to look older, what do? Well, you can dress the way older people dress. And the thing is, that's often how they used to dress too. We think people looked older in the past because they look the way old people do today. Dale Irby, a gym teacher at Prestonwood Elementary School in Dallas, Texas, posed for his first yearbook photo in 1973. The following year, he accidentally wore the same outfit again. He says he was embarrassed at first, but
he's got a stash,
Kathy
though.
Challenged him to do it again. So he did. And he never stopped.
Wait, that's
what he gave us is
fucking
a
incredible.
Great, exaggerated example of how what once connoted youth comes to be associated with old age. The people we keep seeing a style on get older
What
and
a
older
king.
themselves until we think of the style itself as being for old people. Retrospective aging, then, is double-pronged, both real and illusory. People in the past really did age faster than us because of differences in nutrition.
Yeah,
and
have you guys ever seen those videos? I can't remember where I saw it, maybe on TikTok, but they'll it's like Gen Zers with their moms, and they'll dress their moms up in their clothes. So it starts off with where their mom will come out and their mom is wearing their mom clothes. And then outfit change, and then they'll come out and they're wearing their daughter's clothes, and they drop in age. Like, they just look younger because of the fact that they're wearing their 19-year-old daughter's clothing versus clothing that would typically be seen more typical for someone of their age, like mom clothes.
Style and medicine, but much, if not most, can be chalked up
If
to the
somebody
fact
can
that we
find
think
one,
people like
if you can find and link one, go ahead and do so. We can watch it.
this are dressed like old people, but that's an anachronism. They're dressed like old people from the future, the old people they would become.
From the future.
Has anyone ever dressed like a young person from the future? Well, it happened in 1941 at the reopening of the South Fork Bridge in Canada. A crowd came out to celebrate and photos were taken. In 2010, the photos were digitized and placed online. That's when this guy was noticed. A tie.
Okay, before we get into this part, I'll backtrack a little bit. Thank you. Thank you, Sorbora. Here is an example of what I was referring to.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
Woo!
I wish I had a girl who looked good.
I love that she trips.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl. Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was
Jesus!
a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her.
Mommy.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl.
Oh my God.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
Like, that's wild. Yeah, from mom to mother.
I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call. Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a back. Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl.
Okay, that's the best one. That is the best one.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was
Look at her, she's covering herself.
Hello? I wish I was a little.
These moms are all so hot.
I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl.
Girl!
Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with
Almond moms for sure.
I wish I was like 6'9".
Okay, my mom used to watch my streams, and she doesn't anymore. But one of the last streams she watched, when I was talking about almond moms one day, and I was like, my mom was an almond mom, and we got into this whole conversation. And after I got off stream, I had paragraphs of text from my mother. Paragraphs. And I went, Mom, I think it's best if you don't watch my streams. Dad watches my streams every day, and he doesn't send me paragraphs of texts. And every time you've watched my stream, she doesn't know how to put my stream on. She'll just watch it when my dad is watching it. But she would always respond. She would give me her thoughts, whether it was, there was usually constructive criticism. And I was like, you know what? I'm good. I love you, but I am so good without the constructive criticism on my streams from you. Thank you so much, though. Here, I actually have an email address if you'd like to submit. She's a hate watcher. Oh my God. Yeah, she is the queen of essaying.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller.
Yo!
I wish I had a girl who looked.
Okay, we'll just watch a couple more.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good.
You know what? Moms should dress like this.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl. Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl.
The body is tea. All right. Anywho, you get the point. That was the TikTok trend that I was referring to. And those moms were smoking.
and photos were taken. In 2010, the photos were digitized and placed online.
No, please, like,
That's
10
when
more.
this guy was noticed. A time-traveling hipster. Why a time traveler wouldn't bother to blend in, and why, with all of history to visit, he chose the reopening of a bridge in the 40s, no one knew. The photo was confirmed to be undoctored, and researchers put forward the idea that this man was not, in fact, a time traveler. That his shirt wasn't an ironic screen print, but simply...
I'm imagining this movie where it's a stoner, okay? He gets really high and he somehow stumbles across a time machine and accidentally goes to, when was this, 1920s? He's like, whoa. Yeah. He is stoned out of his mind, and rather than freak out though, he just kind of goes with it. Hot tub time machine. Yes, it's very Bill and Ted coded. Literally hot tub time machine.
Bore the logo of the Montreal Maroons, a nearby hockey team at the time. They said his sunglasses and knit sweater were not unusual for the 40s, nor was his portable camera. The only thing that was unusual about him was how casual his attire was. And they're probably right. But this all raises the exciting possibility that someone out there right now, possibly even you, is unknowingly dressed like people in the future will. And your appearance in photos will someday freak them out.
God, I hope it's not Mark
Zuckerberg. To start
Zuckerberg.
dressing even more casually or in some other odd way on the off chance that you happen to nail it, and years from now you are worshipped as a time traveler. Oh, that reminds me of today's sponsor. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens.
Hi, Michael Stevens. New Fashion Goal Unlocked. You know what? That should be our goal. We should all try and dress in a way that somebody somewhere will take a photo or a video of us and think that we have time traveled. Like, what could we even wear? I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think about what would an outfit be. What would an outfit be in this time period that someone would think like they did in the when they saw that photo of the 1940s that someone had time traveled? Because here's the thing. I live in LA. You can wear anything and no one will question it.
Refreshing, but it punishes greed.
I can't think of a single thing that I could wear and someone would be like, oh, she's from the future.
Greed is good. More like
I don't know. Maybe I go backwards.
a portion of all proceeds from the
Maybe I wear something from the 1800s so then someone thinks that I actually time traveled from the past.
It's good for your brain. It's good for everyone's brain.
Yeah, but then someone would just be like, "Oh, it's giving, it's giving cottage core."
Curiosity box, you can choose a bundle of some of our favorite items from past boxes that we
A full body croc.
just pay shipping. If you're not subscribed yet, I'm ready for
I'd rather be dead.
open arms and open neurons. Wow. Whoa.
I know, we would have to look back on
Who's
photos.
that guy? Does he look like a Bill, a Mark, a Justin, or a Josh? Pause right now if you'd like to think about it.
A Bill, a Mark, a Justin, or a Josh? Why not? Why not all four? I'm gonna say Bill. That's Bill. No, that's Bill. Come on, you guys know Bill. It's Billy.
According to research from Millsaps College and Miami University, this is Mark. Or
No, it's
at
not.
least, this is what we think people named Mark look like.
We do?
By asking people to make and rate digitally created faces, researchers were able to
hi,
put
Mark.
together prototypical faces for a number of different names. This is apparently what we think a Josh looks like. A Bill, a Justin, a Dan, a Brian, a Tom, an Andy. The idea that names might conjure certain face shapes in our minds.
Checks out. Wait,
The
we
idea
gotta
that
go
names
back to this.
A Brian, a Tom and Andy.
All right, is this checking out? Tom is looking a little. He's looking a little sus here with those eyebrows. Who looks the most evil here? I would say Tom. Josh, I think, though, is giving. He's giving pedophile. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Andy looks like he's been squeezed in between two walls. Like oh, you guys can't see Andy. Hold on. Let me move. There's Andy. He looks like he maybe got, I don't know. Bill looks like he was put in the microwave. Bill looks like he was put in the microwave. And Andy looks like he was smashed a little bit.
The idea that names might conjure certain
Billy
face
Squash
shapes
Head.
in our minds isn't that strange. For example, there's Wolfgang Kohler's famous finding that when asked which of these
Andy
shapes
looks
is
like a
named
future
Booba
wife
and
beater.
which is named Kiki, people of all different ages and cultures and languages overwhelmingly assign Kiki to the spiky one and Booba to the blobby one. And sure enough, it certainly seems to work with names too.
Let's have a Kiki.
Which one of these men is Tim and which is Bob? Well, almost unanimously people...
Okay, hold on. Which man is Tim and which is Bob? Tim's on the left. Right? Tim is left and Bob is right. Bob because bald. B and B. Tim is left and Bob is right for sure. Okay, let's see.
People feel like this is Tim and this is Bob.
Tim Bob.
But are these men actually named Tim and Bob?
It doesn't matter.
Well, there's the rub. Just because we associate certain
That's
names,
Tim and
certain
Bob.
sounds with certain shapes doesn't mean we're right. There's no such thing as a biological name. If a person still goes by the same name they were given as a baby, long before anyone knew what they would look like as an adult, well, surely there won't be a connection. But as it turns out, there is.
Oh.
Believe it or
Luke
not,
42,
in a
thank you for the tier
multiple
1.
choice setting, people can guess a stranger's name just by looking at their face.
What?
More often than we would expect from luck alone. It's called the face name matching effect. Here's a stimulus from Zwebner's research.
What?
Do you think this man is named Jacob, Dan, Joseph, or Nathaniel?
Okay, all right. Jacob, Dan, Joseph, or Nathaniel? Dan? I don't know. What sense am I supposed to get? I'm going to say Dan. Because the spelling of that Joseph is giving German. But it's giving like, hi, I'm Joseph. It's giving James Marco St. Marco. I'm going with Dan. Pick number 3, my lord. Number 3. 2. Okay, I'm saying number 2, Dan.
By just randomly picking a name, people should get this right 25% of the time. But Zwebner found that people picked the correct answer, Dan, nearly 40% of the time.
I'm way too excited. I'm way too excited. That's insane. That's Dan. Oh my god. I need this in a minigame format too. Me too. Wait, you guys, psychology. Oh my god. It is written. Lisan Al-Gaib. Lisan Al-Gaib. It is me. I am Lisan Al-Gaib. Whoa, that is, I don't know why. I
Time.
just felt like a Dan.
What's going on? Can names actually cause us to grow to look a certain way? Well, apparently they can. It has been called a Dorian Gray effect. In Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, a portrait of the protagonist ages and grotesquely reflects his evil deeds while he himself remains young and pure-looking. In a
That's
similar
fucking
way,
crazy.
It seems that in some cases, our own appearance can come to reflect the name we were given. But I kind of think it's really more of a reverse Dorian Gray effect. I mean, in the book, Dorian's reality affects the appearance of his portrait, but the face-name matching effect goes the other way. A inanimate sign, a name, influences our actual physical appearance. Well, anyway, it's not news that a person's name can lead others to have certain expectations of them and treat them accordingly. It's been found, for example, that multiracial faces
This
given
is crazy.
European
I've
names
never
are
heard
rated
this.
as looking more European than the same faces are when presented with non-European names. The expectations
I like
a
how he
name
just, like,
carries
pops
with
up.
it may create a self-fulfilling prophecy, whereby as a person grows up, they're motivated to fulfill those expectations, carry themselves in ways people think someone with their name should, and even like, dislike, accentuate, hide, use, and avoid different parts of their face and body.
Okay,
depending
see, this is why it should be illegal to name your kid something like Brecklin Lakin Kalen. Okay? We are learning now.
Why who?
That people become their names. Brecklin Lakin Kalen with so many E's. With way too many E's and EIs. Benjamin, thank you for the 2 months. And Dump Truck Supreme, thank you for the 2 months. Or like XAE20, whatever the hell Grimes name her child. Kaylee. Wait, I actually just saw this on Twitter. I think I'm trying to remember where it was posted. Yes. The best part about being in a ton of 2023 pregnancy baby groups is getting to see all the absolutely wretched names that parents are coming up with these days. Here are some highlights I've collected. Boys. Brecken, Brixton, Madden Rage, Hudson Adonis, Kaiser, Radix Zephyr, Adric, Motley. Okay, that one's kind of hard, goes hard. Coyote Bow, Deegan, Leviathan, very Bible, Sigurd. This is a Will Neff name. I'm telling you right now, if I were to show Will this name and say, hey, if we had a kid, would you like this? He would say, fuck yeah. Sigurd Felix Wolfgang Atreides. That is a Will Neff creation. He has literally said the name Wolfgang before as an acceptable name for a child. Atreides is crazy. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to Brecken Caleb. And then female girls' names we have Genesis. I think that's Genesis. Lakeland. Naily Pixie. Elslin. Allison. Oh, Allison. Randolin Rosalie. Trinity. Brexley. Gotta have Brexley in there. Rocklin. Dusty Rose. I'm sorry, a lot of these are stripper names. Dusty Rose is a stripper name. Merica and Liesel. Okay. Some of these are a little worse than the others. I just the obsession with the Leigh. I don't understand this, and I never will. And my friend's sister has named all of her children to have some variation of a name that ends in Leigh. Like Brayley. One of the names of, I think one of her kids is Brayley, and it's spelled Braeeleigh. Very strange. Very spelled Vereigh. Yeah, I don't know. This whole Leigh thing really took over white people names. Is she white? Yes. Yes. One of the other ones is I think it's like Breckley. It's very similar to whatever this is. Brexley. I think it's Breckley. Anywho, back to the video. Danny
now, whether
Lee.
or not those parts match their name. It's been found that faces and names that match are emotionally liked more than faces and names that don't. Analysis of voting data has shown that senatorial candidates earn 10% more votes when their names fit their faces very well than when they fit very poorly. Now, with that in mind, part of the effect could literally come from the fact that although parents don't know what their kid will look like as an adult, the parents do know what they look like, and without knowing it, tend to prefer names that match their faces, which are likely to resemble their child's face as well. But not always. If the dissonance is too great, a person can always change their name, either completely or by simply choosing a nickname. If I had been just a little bit different,
Okay, question. Trans community members aside, has anybody changed their name because they despised it so much? Are you this person? Where you hated the name, and I don't mean like your parents gave you a name and then you decided to do a nickname or you went by your middle name. I mean, you totally were like, fuck all this. My wife changed her name from to Kaylee from Sydney. Yeah, that's a total 180 change. Like that name has nothing to do. Where like Karen? Do you think there's any Karens who have changed their names? Fuck Dan, I want to be at Tradies. I just feel no attachment. It wouldn't matter if I changed it or not the other day. It might have to do with influences or the internet and usernames. My girlfriend's name was Constance and she changed it to Liz. But yeah, her parents just changed her middle name to Liz. Again, that's so funny because they have, those two names have nothing in common. Oh, your first girlfriend despised Suzanne because her grandma sucked. Oh, that's sad. It is shitty to be named after a family member who you despise. And you're like, why do I have this name? Why did we honor this person? There was a dentist named Billy Hitler. Oh, yeah, no, you gotta change that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I even feel like if you're named Adolf, that name is done. I'm sorry. I know that Adolf was a name before Adolf Hitler, and I know that there are lots of Adolfs who didn't do what Hitler did, but there are just some names I think that died out or should have died out with certain individuals who had that name. It is written off. My mom did this thing where every time a kid would be born, she would give him a name, and then about 6 months in, she would start regretting the name and try to change the name, but would test it out. So for my younger sister, Cecilia, I think my mom wanted to change her name to Sylvia? No, I can't remember actually what it was. Let's just say it wasn't Sylvia, but let's say Sylvia. So my mom made us all start practicing it. She'd be like, okay, you're going to call her now this name. We're going to try it out. And we were like, no, that is so dumb. I'm sorry. We're not doing that. Yeah, she would try to soft launch a new name. Because she would just get, I don't know, she would get name regret. She would just, here he is, Sigurd Felix Wolfgang Atreides. I don't know why this isn't popping up. It does seem like a lot of pressure. It does. And I also think, I don't know, I might be down with not naming if I had a kid, maybe you don't name your kid until the kid gets a little bit of a personality. You just call them baby. They're young. They won't know. I know you have to put something down on the birth certificate, but can't you always change that? Or you just call him boy. That's what I call Farley. I call him boy. I don't know. I really think that maybe it is best that you wait to see what your kid kind of starts turning into, and then maybe a name will fit him better. Feels like an appropriate time to remind chat that Dr. Marijuana Pepsi is a real person. Yes, Dr. Marijuana Pepsi. What a name. Does Farley look like a Farley? I think he does. I think he's goofy. I was on a walk with him, or I was on a hike with him a couple days ago, and I call him TT because Will says TT all the time. He'll be like, "Do you need to go TT?" So we just call Will Farley TT. We have a lot of nicknames for him. So I was on this hike with him, and I went, "Come here, TT." And this woman saw him. She goes, "Oh, what a beautiful little girl." Her name is TT? And I said, yes. Oh, what a beautiful girl. And her name is TT. Mm-hmm. Yeah, TT. Hi, TT.
Michael could have always gone by Mike. The fact that people can adjust their names to fit them, of course, merely strengthens the face name matching effect. By studying whether the correct name could be guessed when different parts of a face were occluded, researchers were able to
sound like a
develop
posh
heat
white
maps
lady.
showing which parts of the face
Thank you, darling.
different names are most characteristically associated with. Apparently, looking like an Anne is all about the tip of the nose. It's the bridge of the nose for Arthur's and the philtrum or snot trough for Benjamin's.
Oh,
O'Reillys are
and the snot
recognized
trough.
by their face spiders. Let's go back to old people. How old is an old person? 73.7. That's according to results published in the Journal of American Geriatrics last year. It's the average age people gave when asked,
how old is an old
when
person? Yeah,
does
30.
old age begin? People under 65 on average said 71, and people over 65 on average said 77. Women said old age began 3 years later than men did. White people said it began 8 years later
Younger
than
than
non-whites
Biden.
did. And people who felt healthy placed old age later in life than those who felt less healthy. But how old do people want to be?
How old is too
Well,
old for
that
president?
depends on how old they already are. In America, the only people who are the age they would like to be are 21-year-olds. People younger than 21 wish they were older, and people older than 21 wish they were younger. People who are 40 wish they were 30. People who are 60 wish they were 40.
Wait, hold
and
on. I
people
gotta run that back. Hold on.
they were older, and people older than 21 wish they were younger.
Okay.
People who are 40 wish they were 30. People who are 60 wish they were 40. And people who are 90 wish they were 60. When people are asked if they could be...
Okay, so in conclusion, appreciate the age you are now because you'll always get older. All right? If you're like, I'm 25. I'm just a broken pile of bones. I might as well just bury me now. I'm gonna be dead in a minute. Okay, appreciate. Because you're gonna get older. You're gonna get older and you're gonna be like, damn, 25 is so young. I mean, look, we all do it. When I turned 22, I was like, oh my God, we are old. You know how you say that with your friends? You'd be like, oh my God, we're so old. Happy birthday, old man. Happy birthday, old woman. That kind of shit. And then you turn 30, which then I really started to change things. So I'm like, 30 is not old. No. I could still do so many things. But I looked back on 20-year-olds and I went, that is so young. Baby. Absolute baby. I'm 21. I'm going to turn 22 in April, and I feel scared to age for some reason. It's just, I don't know why this fear of aging is ingrained in us. And when I said earlier, youthfulness is tied to value. What we're talking about here is not what I meant there. There, it had to do with like your looks, okay? Here, I think with aging, so my mom is 62 and she looks back and goes, God, I wish I was 40 because I could just move better than I can as a 62-year-old. And I'm sure when she gets to 80, she'll look back on 60 and, just see the difference there. And so it's when you get older and you're not able to do things, or you're just limited in certain ways. And then also, of course, looks having to do with it as well. But that's why you look back on 20 years earlier or 10 years earlier and go, I wish that I were that age again. I'm not afraid of getting older. I'm looking forward to being more informed and experienced. I have to say, I think the scariest thing for me in aging is either my physical, my mental, or both facilities breaking down. Something that gets me off my ass when I don't want to go hike or I don't want to go take a walk or I'm really just being stubborn about moving my body is I think to myself, girl, one day you ain't going to be able to do this as well. And then maybe not at all. And I don't mean to get like dark, but also things can happen to us at any moment. So it's something where I think if you are healthy enough and young and you can move your body, don't let that go to waste. And the thing is that the earlier you start, the better you will be when you get older. They say that doing Pilates or stuff like that when you're younger is one of the best things to prevent problems that happen later in life due to natural aging. And so it's why I started Pilates a year or two ago as a way to hopefully set myself up for the future and have, all this training and strength in my body as it ages. It's never too late to start taking care of yourself. Exactly. If you're like, look, I'm already this age or I'm already at this point in my life, I can't do it. You can apply this to anything, okay? If you want to go get a degree or if you wanted to go do this one thing, but you go, it's too late. It's too late because I'm this age and I'm not that age I used to be. You only get older. Every minute of every day. So You should do it now because you're gonna get older. Really, though, you know, you think to yourself, it's gonna take 3 years. 3 years to get this degree. Well, then just fucking do it, okay? Because 3 years from now, then, you don't want to be sitting there going, I should have done that 3 years ago. Because the time will pass anyway. Exactly. The time will always pass. Look, there's one thing in life that nobody, no matter who you are and no matter how much money you have or what your position is in life, nobody can stop time from passing. Time waits for nobody. I compete in Irish dance, and as it turns out, Irish dance has been used successfully in research on delaying dementia and other brain issues. Interesting. You know what? The Irish, they just got it figured out.
One age forever. The average American picks 36.
Unless time travel is invented.
Which is actually
True.
how old I am right now, funny enough.
Then
Here's
disregard what I
funny.
say.
Old people are more likely to think they dream in black and white. Not because it's part of the aging process, but because they are veterans of the great black and white dream epidemic of the 20th century. Prior to the 1900s, Aristotle, Descartes, Freud, everyone who wrote about the topic reported that dreams contained color. But as humanity moved into the 20th century, the number of people reporting color in their dreams dropped just as quickly as the popularity of new black and white movies and TV rose. By the 60s, as color TV and movies became more and more common, reports of colored dreams started going back up.
Interesting.
And today, people who grew up with black and white TV
I'm learning
continue
so
to report
much.
more black and white dreams than those who didn't. And later studies across China found the same thing.
This is really, really mind-blowing stuff. I've never heard of this. Vsauce is goated. See, this is why one of the things I love about streaming, I never would have found Vsauce. I never would have watched a Vsauce video. I would have been like, Vsauce, what is that, for like something we put on burgers? Goated. I wanted to address this chatter who said all this just causes anxiety. I don't mean for this to cause you anxiety. I understand how you feel. I want this to be instead inspiration, you know, because there's so many things that cause us anxiety, of course. Time passing, yes. But use that as a way to motivate yourself, you know? So rather than give in and be like, I'm too old, or I passed that point. Try not to look at it like that. You know, look at it instead as time will pass and I can't stop it from passing. So that thing that I've always wanted to do, you know, that degree I've wanted to get, I should do that. I should do that before more time passes. Legit Salvage, thank you so much for the gifted. And look, there are always going to be things that we won't get to everything, you know? I think personally for me, my personal philosophy, one of them is when I get to the end of my book here, I want to have as few regrets about how I spent my time. And that doesn't mean traveling all over the world. That doesn't mean doing all these big things. That's not what you have. That's not the total encompassing, all encompassing thing of life. You know, it's not big things per se. You can do little things. You know, I want to have taken all those walks that I took. I want to have, gotten coffee from my favorite little coffee shop. I want to have, driven out to the country. Just things like that. Rather than sitting around worrying my whole life about time passing. Because that doesn't do you any good. All it does for me, all I want to do in my life is travel. Well, look, it's everyone's different, but I think when you like take off that pressure, I think when you stop looking at everything as I didn't do all these huge things in life. Most people don't. And even people who have means to do those things, they don't necessarily get them done either. So it's not about having visited every continent or having, I don't know, just gone to the climbed every fucking mountain. I don't know, unless that's your thing, okay? But instead, I think it is finding ways to cherish time and life. And most of that comes through little things that we do. And it's important to focus on that instead of focusing on how we haven't done these things, and now and time can't slow down, and that's where your anxiety spirals out, and it's all just negative. Seeking happiness is the enemy of contentment. Oh, I like that quote.
The frequency of black and white dreaming correlated strongly with how common black and white TV was in a person's area. So, did black and white movies and TV literally change our dreams? Well, first of all, it's not clear whether dreams themselves actually changed or if people just started thinking differently about their dreams. We're trying, but we still haven't found a way to get direct access to dream content. Eric Switchable has pointed out that as far as we know, dreams may not be in color or black and white, or sepia or anything. They may be primarily indeterminate in color as they happen, and only later, during recall, do we confabulate details about color. He compares dreaming to reading. Is a novel in color or black and white? As you read a story, what do you see in your mind? It might be the case that dreams, vaporous as they are something we simply have a terrible grip on, and that movies and TV shows have given us the illusion of understanding them. In fact, Switchable has speculated that smells and touch sensations are rare in dreams today, but future people with smelly, touchy-feely VR shows might think that they dream with lots of textures and odors and find it strange, maybe even frightening, that few of us seem to. But why would we think that dreams were like moving pictures and not normal waking life? Well, no one knows. It might be that motion pictures are just simply the closest thing we have to dreaming that isn't dreaming. Unlike still images, paintings, photographs, tapestries, motion pictures and dreams can contain movement and narrative and cause and effect. And unlike stage plays or real life, motion pictures and dreams are not made of anything that is even remotely similar to what they depict. They're both made of phantoms. Images are uncanny things. A person in an image is frozen in time, but yet can seem to grow old. Our own image can depend
Oh my god,
on
Bill's
what we are
back.
called.
Andy.
And they're the closest thing we have to what our mind does when we're away. Do you get the picture?
Have I had a lucid dream? I've been trying to practice lucid dreaming as a way to get excited to go to sleep. This is a lot while high. This is a lot while not high. So I don't like going to bed. I am a child in that way. And I've been practicing attempting to lucid dream. Will Neff claims that he does it all the time, and that's why he's always flying in his dreams. And so I've been trying to do it. I don't think it's really working. But at least I don't know, the challenge of trying it is a motivation to go to sleep. Love these deep philosophical conversations on stream. That's why I love this stream. Me too. I love this stream. It's crazy when you first do it. I don't know. I don't know how do I know that I'm doing it? That's what I don't know. Will I recognize during the dream that I'm doing it? You'll know. When you know, you just know. You'll be aware you're dreaming and can do whatever you want. See, that sounds so fun. That sounds great. I get why Will's like, night, see you later. I'm like, what's going on in those dreams? See, now I wonder. I'm like, what are you lucid dreaming? Good night, babe. He just gets so excited. So excited to go to sleep so that he can lucid dream. And meanwhile, I'm up. I'm up. I lucid dreamed once, but all my attempts to fly had a delayed response, so I just crashed into walls. Wow. Yeah, you'll start recognizing little clues that you're dreaming. When starting out, there's a good chance it will just wake you up, but if you stick with it, it can be pretty cool. Damn, all y'all lucid dreaming? Where have I been? I thought that, okay, I gotta be honest. I thought that lucid dreaming was a myth for a long time. I thought that people who claimed to be able to, my sister just texted me, you've never lucid dreamed. I don't know if I have. I don't know. So, okay, basically, lucid dreaming is when you're aware you're dreaming. Because I've had that before, but I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm aware I'm dreaming, but I'm not able to, I don't know, change it to if it's a horrific dream, I can't change it to be something better. But at the very least, I'm like, okay, all right, my whole family hasn't been murdered. This is a dream. But it's not like then I switch it. I'm started flying around, eating a corn dog. That's step one. Okay. But how do you become aware? This is level 1. I must level up. Clues to know your dreaming light switches don't work. Also, some people can't read. What? But how do you become aware? This is Inception. You're aware, because okay, the way Will said he does it, lays his little head down, and he starts spinning a story in his head, visualizing it. Like he said, go into every single detail. You need that all, and then you'll drift off to sleep. And there'll be a transition there. And I went, really? All right, I'll try it. My dreams ain't so fun. Most important first step is to keep a dream journal. Then this is how you start to notice patterns in your dreams that you then will recognize while sleeping. Okay. Have I ever had sleep paralysis? I don't think so. Okay, so you guys are saying that you know what the visual tells are in your dreams. So when you're dreaming, you have trained yourself, or you're aware enough that when you can recognize them, and then you know that you're dreaming. Okay. So that's step 1. Sad history grad, thank you for the 3 months. And that's how you solve Laura Palmer's murder. But it was already solved. You can also do awake. That's okay. Awake checks. That's, am I awake? How do I? Am I awake right now? It was all a dream. All right, let's finish this before there's literally 20 seconds.
Or does the picture get you? And as always, thanks for watching.
I loved this video so much. Poof! What an incredible video. Oh, he has 21 million. Okay, so that's why everyone knows who this guy is. 21 million subscribers. This dude rules. I'm so glad that he has so many subscribers because his videos are great. Here, I'm going to link this again. I didn't know Vsauce. No, you have to change your attitude on this. And when I do know someone, that's when you should be surprised. When I know someone and you're like, oh, you know this YouTuber. Because otherwise, 90% of the time, you guys are going to be shocked. He's one of the OG foundation stones of YouTube. Yep, I didn't know. Jas, thank you for the 13 months. I didn't know. No. Y'all, I discover these people because almost every stream I do, I think about what do I want to talk about? And I do my little research. I put my little videos together. I put my little articles together. And most of the time, I don't know who these people are. They're just talking on a subject that I want to talk about. So that's how I learn who they are. He's great, though. I'm really glad I found him. Unrelated, but I saw this on my timeline. It's so funny. If you write down the name of someone you hate, she'll beat the paper. Who is this? My mother-in-law went to Hong Kong last week, discovered villain hitting, where you write your personal enemy on some paper and an old lady beats your enemy with a shoe. Nice. I'm going to do this when I'm an old Asian lady. This is going to be my vibe. My dream job. She's like, now they are cursed. Now I have cursed them. What age will I be old? I'm gonna say 84. So in that case, I could run for president. I could be El Presidente. Ah, that was a great little sesh there. Loved that YouTube video. Lots of interesting stuff. I don't know. Look, not all YouTube videos are equal. Some of them you watch and you're like, all right, there's some good stuff in here. Some stuff I'm tuned out on. That one was unreal. All right, so Gwyneth Paltrow. Oh, I know Gwyneth Paltrow did Hot Ones. I think I'm going to save that tomorrow. That seems like a fun Friday video. Can you guys wait? Can you wait for that? Friday night. Hot Ones, Gwyneth Paltrow. It'll be a vibe. The like to dislike ratio is insane. Oh. Amazing. Okay, instead, Uno Mas sauce? Wait, what sauce? What's Uno Mas sauce? Instead, we're gonna watch the second episode of Taskmaster Season 2. Oh, Uno Mas Vsauce. Oh. Look, we will definitely watch another Vsauce episode another day. I'm gonna look through his videos and see what in there interests me and would be really fun to watch on stream. But we're gonna watch Taskmaster Season 2, Episode 2. I'm going to see how I'm feeling afterwards and then potentially, maybe, peut-être, a little Elden Ring. Am I streaming on Saturday? I haven't decided because they do shoot this. Would you like a Lego stream? Because I've kind of thought about wanting to do one. I've kind of thought about wanting to do things that I didn't get to do when I was a kid. Like I didn't have Lego sets as a kid, and I did my first Lego set when I was an adult. like really an adult. Even more. Should I do streams where I heal my inner child? Like a stream where I go to, I don't know, a stuffed animal store, something like that, and get a stuffed animal. Yeah. Well, we did watch some Dragon Ball Z until I got scared about getting banned. Build-A-Bear? Oh my gosh. I did always want to do Build-A-Bear. But yeah, a Lego set would be so fun. And can I tell you guys, what's fucked up? My younger siblings had Build-A-Bear and American Girl dolls. So it's like I'm trying to explain to you that it's not as if I and my whole family grew up Amish. No, my older sister and I had a very different childhood from the younger ones. So things that we never got to do, like a Build-A-Bear, I know my baby sister did. Only I grew up Amish. As a forgotten middle child, I feel that. So I think it would be fun now as an adult where I can buy myself these things and could do it on stream. Shout out to my older siblings who relate to this. And I don't mean my older siblings, I mean like older siblings in chat who relate to having a different having had a different childhood than your other siblings. Anywho, okay, if you guys think it would be fun to do to watch a Lego stream, I'm down. Okay, I'm gonna amend because I read some of your comments in chat. Shout out to the siblings, whatever order you were in, who had a different childhood than other siblings. So if you were the youngest and you got all the hand-me-downs, or if you were the oldest and you didn't get any of the things, this is really bad. What was the most amount of times you've had to redo a line and why? I thought you were talking about like a line of cocaine. That's where my brain went. I was like, this is a weird comment. How many times have I had to recut a line of cocaine? No comment. Wait, you meant acting. It's not really, well, in film and TV, it's not really redoing as much as it is you just like do it a bunch of times and shoot it from a bunch of different angles. I can't believe that Around the Rosie, the one that's about how all these kids were dying from the Black Plague, right? Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posy, ashes, ashes, we all fall down because we're dead. That Halloween had gone too far when I saw a trio of costumes that were just the sexy 3 blind mice. It was just 3 girls in gray lingerie and sunglasses and mouse ears, and they were the 3 blind mice. If you don't know what Halloween is, yes, Halloween is when girls, but also guys can do it as well, dress up like hoes for Halloween. And so pretty much you just wear lingerie and then you'll put on cat ears or you'll put on devil ears or I'm a mouse, duh. I don't know why, but this is so fucking funny because I just am thinking about like taking some middle-aged adult who absolutely fucking hates their life but needs the money, and they just have to do something like this where they get hired to record a children's nursery and they want to blow their brains out. About a lot of these tasks, you just have to read the rules and take them at face value. Or like you don't there's no like hidden secrets or anything. And a lot of times, and this was what Tim Kaine did very well, is he would do fuck shit, but oftentimes it was within the rules. I'm sorry to interrupt. Was anybody watching Maya's Alveus stream when she called streamers who have been to Alveus to ask them questions? And my second question was the nictitating membrane one. That was the answer. And she goes, before Will told me that though, she was like, okay, it's 2 words. The second word is membrane. And I said, Tim Kaine in the membrane, and realized she probably didn't know what that was at all. Or maybe a lot of people in chat as well, not knowing what that what that was. I'm sorry. Potatoes are mid? What are you even fucking saying? You can do anything to a potato. Fries? Baked potato? Hash browns? Ireland will remember this. How? Gnocchi? Chips? Chips. Chips, wedges. Boil 'em, mash 'em, put 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, put 'em in a stew. You can run a clock off a potato? Yes. Potato salad, potato bake. We will have no potato slander here. None at all. Mash 'em, boil 'em, mash 'em, put 'em in a stew. You will put some fucking respect on the... We now want potatoes. There's a lot to love about potatoes. Matt Damon survived on them in The Martian. Yeah, that's correct. That is taters. How can you not like taters? There's so much to do with a tater. I can't get over you not even thinking about chips. Chips. Yes, you can. Yes, exactly. Exactly. There is an endless amount that you can do. Okay, well, let me think real quick. I think I might crisps. Crisp au gratin. So much to be done. Yes. Maybe one of the most versatile foods that there is. Grits. Oh my god, wait, it's poutine. Oh my god, yes. There's so much. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. I might call it there. I might call it there. We might, mayhaps. Look, tomorrow I am doing another gaming sponsor. Super fun. I'm playing a game called Beers. I'm playing a game called Bears in Space. So I gotta take a look at that. But Bears in Space, which should be fun. So I'm gonna play that tomorrow. We're gonna watch the Gwyneth Paltrow Hot Ones tomorrow, which will be fabulous. We'll do another episode of Taskmaster. Yes, that's right. I had never heard of it either. But yeah, it's apparently it's bears that are in space. Hence the name. So anyway, sorry to leave you guys without gaming, but I will be gaming my face off tomorrow night. Indeed. Great stream though. This was a banger. It was indeed. I feel like we talked about a lot. We covered so many things. Interesting things. Which is always good. Okay. And then I will let you guys know about Saturday. If I'm gonna be here or not. I'm gonna send you guys over to I'm gonna send you to Fandy. She's streaming. Send y'all over there. Ah, you guys, thank you. Thank you for spending your evening with me, or your day, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for spending your time with me. I hope it's always time well spent. It's all I want. All I want it is to be time well spent. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. I think I'm probably gonna go live around 5. That's what I'm gonna aim for. 5 p.m. So we can get a nice stream in. Okay, have a good night, you guys. I will see you mañana.